check, 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 check.
we have to address that. And what does that look like? And how do we set a new culture? What can we do to change it? Whatever it may be, some kind of award system, incentive, I don't know. But we need to really think about it. Anyways.
Dan?
Yeah, there were things about Amplify that I really admired when I went through it. One of them is a simple thing, but it's not that simple. In the early grades, they were teaching fundamental mathematics, but only up to the number 20. Only up to the number 20. They kept it small and simple. And then once the number 20 is comfortable, then they moved it up to 100. And they just progressed that way, but they started with the very small numbers where a youngster could grasp it and understand it. I thought that was cool. The other thing was the illustrations in the book. You take a lesson and they spread it out over several pages with large diagrams so that visually you could picture what they're talking about and what they're teaching. I thought that was very effective.
Thank you, sir. Don, anything?
No.
All right. That agenda item was information only. Next item on the agenda is item F5. This is a report on the pilot of instruction materials for middle school math.
Similar to elementary, we took our middle school teachers down to the instructional materials warehouse and poured through many books. And this team was able to land on one text, not one text to pilot for the whole year. We are coming back to look at materials again this month because they weren't satisfied completely. They want to dig in deeper to 2 additional books before they choose their second book. So hopefully next month I'll be coming back with their second text. If not, they're going to look at another group of texts before we bring it to you. But in the meantime, we're going to start this Amplify Desmos pilot in 6th through 8th grade.
Okay,
Looks like
so
Roger has something.
I have a question. What didn't satisfy them? Was it transitioning to the high school level math? What was it?
No, actually, the book that they landed on is CPM because CPM is very well written. But CPM came out with a second text that we were not able to get our hands on in June, and so they want to look at both CPM texts and see which one is better for our students. There are certain resources in the ones we couldn't get our hands on that we were able to glimpse at and really get enticed by, so they didn't want to settle for the CPM they saw in front of them, which scored very highly, and they would be happy with that one. But because they had a glimpse of this other one, they wanted to hit pause and look at those 2 deeper together before making their final decision.
Okay. I just wanted to make just a couple of observations. So we went to CPM because of Common Core. That was really the main big push, and also because we were having issues with math test scores, so we did that. Now our math test scores are all worse. So I guess my question is, what are we going to do different if we're using similar materials? What are we going to do different at the middle schools that we were not doing before? That I think that has to be addressed, and maybe
It absolutely has to be addressed, and it's a focus for the district. It's a district priority this year, both math and coherence and mathematics instruction and UDL, Universal Design for Learning. There was some things missing in our previous math implementation that we're really targeting in on the 26-27 school year.
So what testing are we doing for mathematics? If they're all going to be taking this course, use test this textbook in middle school, are we testing mathematics, and what does that look like?
Yeah, currently we're doing our MAPS testing, which will continue in middle school. Actually, we have it K-12 now in mathematics. And in addition to that, many of our grades are looking into using the IABs, the interim block assessments, for math and for language arts to do their short cycles of improvement. So we've been talking about those data action cycles when we've been talking about the strategic plan and the 45-day cycles. So with this singular focus in mathematics this year, every single grade level will be selecting an area of focus for 45 days that they are choosing as a result of some sort of measure, whether it's the CAST measure or MAPS measure or what they're seeing happening in their classroom. They'll be doing a pre-assessment. They'll be working through that particular strand of the standard or claim in the standards for the 45-day cycle. They'll be doing progress monitoring each week, either through exit tickets or assessments, and then they will do a final post-assessment to see how the needle moved in that particular standard or strand. Then a new 45 cycle will start, and they'll have 4 45-day cycles this school year where they are picking and targeting for those students in their classroom all around mathematics.
Okay, so along with this curriculum that we're doing, are we assessing the students if they love what they're learning? Do they love
Yes.
the book?
Yes, they have a voice in the pilot process, especially at secondary. It's a little less feasible at elementary. You know, it's more of their qualitative comments throughout it, but absolutely at secondary, we have a voice in that.
Okay, and then my final thing is, if the textbooks are supposed to prepare you for the tests, I know it does more than that. It's supposed to prepare you for college. See, you know, that's the whole point of college preparatory. Is it really doing that? So I'm questioning that it's actually working. So I would just say that hopefully the student process will help. But my concern about the student process, because I think all this is integrated, is that the student process seems to be focusing more on the staff changing than the students changing. We really need to have the student process dive into the students changing and figure out how to get them
Engaged in their learning.
Yeah, how do we get them to, if they're excited what they're doing and they love it to the point that they're doing better and retaining it. And I would say that one of the biggest things is many students are not going to use math, at least not college preparatory math, when they graduate, even if they go get a degree. I would also encourage that maybe we set it up where they can take the mathematics test and test right out of Palomar College and not have to take the college algebra course. It'll just end up being waived because they passed the test. We can do that. We can set that up. There's no reason. I mean, they just if we have to pay a fee or something, I don't even think they have to. You can do it. They can test out. It is possible. We just have to get that organized. But I think we might want to really rethink this issue, because I think the bigger issue is kids being engaged. And I think these materials are wonderful. I just don't believe the issue is really the teachers. I believe we have a cultural epidemic, I guess you could say, and it's nationwide. And maybe we can fix it and break the mold if we can figure it out, how to get all the kids engaged.
So am I understanding correctly that tonight we're looking at Amplify and that it will be compared with CPM? Is that the plan?
The plan is that one of the 2 CPM curriculums that we're going to review, I will bring back to you as an information item in September. However, if at that time they dig deeper in and they say, oh, we want to look at something different, we're not going to rush them to select their second option. We're going to pick the one that they feel is the strongest moving forward. The CPM, through all of the texts we looked at, in addition to Amplify, scored the absolute highest. Both of those did by all grade levels, and so that is promising for those new materials. But again, they didn't want to rush. They asked to please check out this other one that they just got a glimpse of, and we're going to always honor that to make sure we get it right.
Okay, thank you.
You're up, Dan.
You know what Amplify does, and it's Roger brought up the concern, is that there's a certain resistance to math at age levels, because they don't see the impact it has in their individual lives. What Amplify does is it recognizes that resistance, and it takes mathematics and it puts it into their individual lives, their community, their home, their parents. Everything about their life has a mathematic factor in it, and Amplify emphasizes this to create more interest in math. And it was really pretty effective, I thought.
Well,
It created interest in me because I'm one of those math resistance people.
I'll close with the comment how much I appreciate staff not willing to settle and say, okay, this one's good enough. Let's just go with it. They're putting in the work and they're making they're putting in the work, I guess is the best way to put it, and they're recognizing that this is a big opportunity because we're going to spend a lot of money on this. This is a big opportunity, and they're going to be using it, this curriculum, for quite a while.
Yeah.
So please pass on to the team who went to and reviewed this material, and really has been engaged in this project, how much I certainly appreciate their willingness to just not settle.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. Anything else for staff? Okay. Next item on the agenda is item G2. This is the approval of Uniform Complaint Quarterly Report. These are the Williams case complaints.
Members of the board, you're very familiar with this. Do you want any more information? Let me know.
So
There
to
are no
expand on that,
complaints.
there are no complaints.
There are no complaints.
Thank you, sir.
I'll move approval of the report.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries unanimously. Next item on the agenda is item G3. This is the approval of a variable term waiver request for career technical education teacher.
As the board is aware, we have a new CTE teacher in automotive, Jesse Collier, who is coming to us straight from the industry. As such, we need to apply for a variable term waiver while he completes all of the conditions in order for him to eventually receive a credential, a designated subject credential.
I move approval.
Second.
Any questions or comments for staff? All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda is item G4. This is the approval of a provisional internship permit.
Who was the motion on that last one?
Roger, and I was the second.
Similar to the last, we have 4 teachers who are in need of a provisional internship permit due to being in intern programs while they complete their credential programs. Those 4 teachers are listed here, so we need the required to get a provisional or a PIP while they're completing their credential program.
I move to approve.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any questions or comments for staff? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Next item on the agenda is item G5. This is the approval of an MOU, Memorandum of Understanding, between Ramona Unified School District and the Ramona Teachers Association regarding the impact of moderate special education program in general education classes.
Members of the board, last year the district engaged in negotiations with RTA regarding the impact of students in our moderate program that push into general education classes, increasing the class sizes at Ramona Elementary. This year we engaged in the similar negotiations for that program has expanded to Ramona Elementary and Mount Woodson. So this is an MOU which would compensate the teachers for those the impact that those students have as those class sizes will be increased when those students push in. These are triggers that would impact the payment for those teachers. Recognizing the impact, the additional workload and the additional they have to attend IEPs and there's additional workload that goes associated with that.
Thank you.
I'll move approval.
I'll second.
Questions or comments for staff? All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Next item on the agenda is item G6. This is approval of a memorandum of understanding between Ramona Unified School District and Ramona Teachers Association regarding speech language pathologist, supervision of speech language pathologist in clinical fellowship years.
The district also engaged with RTA in negotiations for speech-language pathologists who are in their clinical fellowship year. They have to complete a program that requires mentorship. We're looking to provide a stipend to veteran SLPs who provide that mentorship to these new SLPs. This is a creative way to help hire new SLPs. It's a very competitive field, and as we look to hire new ones, this is an incentive for them to come to us, as we were able to have our veterans provide that mentorship to them while they complete their clinical fellowship year.
It's kind of a sneaky recruitment tool.
I would say creative.
Okay, I'll take that.
I move approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Any questions or comments for staff?
Thank you for working on this.
Thank you, sir. Very creative?
Yeah, that's what I said.
Creative, yep, that's the better term than I used. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Next item on the agenda is item G7. This is the approval of memorandum of understanding between Ramona Unified School District and the California School Employees Association and its Chapter 733 regarding spring 2026 individual reclassifications.
The district has been engaged with CSEA regarding reclassifications, which happens twice a year. These were the spring reclassifications. We reached an agreement on 3 of them: the benefit specialist position, food service, which was a food service, actually that should be food service cook. It says food service clerk. That's a typo right there on that one. I believe if you look at the tentative, the MOU, it does say food service cook.
Thank you.
And the administrative assistant 4. So this is the result of those reclassification negotiations, and we reached this agreement with CSEA. It was over the course of a number of different negotiation sessions. We appreciate the work of CSEA and district's negotiating teams working together. This process we go through twice a year with CSEA.
I move approval.
I'll second.
Motion and a second. Any questions or comments for staff? All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Next item on the agenda is item G8. This is the approval of the district calendar for 2027-2028 school year.
And this is the proposal for the 27-28 calendar year. This is a new proposal for that year. Each year, the district gets together with an instructional calendar committee that works with CSEA representatives, RTA representatives, administration, district representatives. We have some parent representatives. The calendar committee looks at surveys from staff and takes feedback from them, and together they engage in conversations, which then leads to negotiations with our labor unions to identify a calendar to present to the board. This right here summarizes the work of that committee and the dates which have been identified. This particular calendar is a little bit different than the previous calendar. There have been some adjustments. This one that is being brought forward for 27-28 actually has school starting a week earlier than we typically have started in the past, per feedback from those that have given survey data, and it also has additional breaks throughout the school year, which was also feedback that we've received over the past few years. This has been something that has been discussed on numerous occasions, but this is the work of that calendar committee, and this has received written approval from both RTA and CSEA, which is a requirement before the board can take consideration of this.
I have a couple questions. Is that all right?
Absolutely.
Okay, great. So it seems a little late for us to approve this. I know, we're starting a new school year. It just seems like we usually see these further in advance.
This is 27, 28.
I'm aware.
It's a year out.
Yes.
Okay.
Usually we're working, I could be wrong about that, but usually we're
It
working
is.
pretty
It's,
far ahead.
it's a couple months late.
Yeah,
Yes.
a little
Okay.
bit late, which is fine, neither here nor there really. So does this proposed calendar include Easter as part of spring break?
Yeah, on this particular calendar, Easter falls on April 16th. And so spring break is the 10th through the 14th. So then Easter would be
The
that
tail end of it?
tail end, yes.
And that students return to school on Tuesday?
Tuesday, the 18th.
Very
'cause
good.
The 17th is also a non-student day.
Right, thank you. And then I looked at this a week or so ago. So one big difference is this includes ski week, yeah? February?
That is what neighboring district refers to that week in February. I believe
Yes.
Roger's familiar with that district.
Yes.
We're going to refrain from calling it that because we don't copy our
Sure
neighboring
we are.
districts. But yes, there is a week off there in February.
Okay.
The official title down the hill is President's Week.
Yes, so that was my follow-up is, does this include both of our president's recognition holidays?
Yeah, on that calendar there, so typically that the 21st and or the 25th, so Lincoln and Washington, we alternate between, depending on the survey data, it's either 2 3-day weekends or a 4-day weekend. This one puts it both on the Monday and the Friday, and then puts 3 additional days off during that week, thus taking those 2 holidays and bookending them, and then putting 3 non-student days, creating the week, the entire week off, instead of having 2 3-day weekends or a 4-day weekend, and it creates the entire
Okay.
week.
All right,
Correct.
very
So
good.
it does combine them.
I'll try not to call it ski week. Maybe we'll call it off-road week since
It's called
Ramona's so
desert-
big on the
desert
desert,
week
you know,
or,
Ocotillo Wells and Glamis.
yeah.
So, yeah. Okay, got it.
Equestrian Week.
Thank you.
So I did want to make a comment about the fact that we now, Thanksgiving is an entire week, and then President's is an entire week.
Yeah.
When Poway did that, they thought that it was going to eliminate this need for expanding vacations,
Yeah.
but actually just get ready for parents to be gone on a Monday, be gone on a Friday. It doesn't change anything. It's going to happen. So just don't expect that to eliminate any problems. It's just going to create new ones. Yeah.
Staff mental health. Yeah.
Any other comments or questions for staff?
No, I'll move approval.
Yeah. I'll second it.
Got a motion and a second. I just want to add that I appreciate the process. It's inclusive. It gets parental input. It gets staff input. Before it comes to us, hopefully all the bugs have been worked out. So having said that, all
Can I,
those in
can I can I just point out one
Yes,
thing?
sir.
Just correction. Just on the green sheet, there is another error. I do apologize. It does say that parent-teacher conferences are October 11th through the 13th.
Is that right or wrong?
It's not. It's 11th
Okay.
through the 15th.
Got it.
It's
Thank
an
you.
entire week.
And those are minimum days for elementary?
Yeah, and it is correct on the actual calendar, but the green sheet right there is incorrect. And so thank you to Mrs. Grace, who is paying close attention and has just texted me and has always been watching me and is always helping me.
still has your back.
She does. So thank you, Mrs. Grace.
Thank you for the
Some
clarification.
things never change, and I
Right?
like that about
Right?
Ramona.
Right.
Yep.
Okay, but the calendar itself is correct.
So we have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda is item H1. This was previously on the consent calendar, and it was pulled by Board Member Phillips. I'll turn it over to you.
Yes, thank you very much, President Drum. I understand that budget is very important. Money is important, so I try to focus on contracts because that impacts our budget. And also, some of the contracts have impact on parental rights as well. So, page 1, Health and Human Services Agency contract under Education Services. So, on our draft agenda, there was no amount of money attached to this contract. So now it says $200,000. This contract, but it does not say not to exceed. So can we exceed that or not? I just noticed this. What?
I thought that means up to.
NTE?
I believe that the $200,000 that Lori puts on the contracted sheet for this one is an estimate.
Estimate, okay.
It's an estimate. It's based on 8 to 12 students, which was what we had last year at about $120 a day for the entire school year. This is for our foster youth and homeless student transportation that we are required to
Or
do.
required by law?
Yes, we are required by law, and there's also a cost share, and there's some reimbursement that comes along with that as well. So I can't remember off the top of my head if it's foster youth or homeless. That's a tri-way split, and then the other one is a two-way split, and we get reimbursed from the county office up until the point that the county office runs out of money, which in this case this year I believe it was around May.
Mm. So during our gender review meeting, I shared with Dr. Thurman that I would like to see this MOU because we are voting on an amendment, and amendment may come with a $200,000 price tag. And it does say that there's a reference to the original MOU with a certain number that was signed on July 1st, 2019. And thank you, Dr. Thurman, you sent emailed us a document, MOU, that does have a timestamp that was signed on July 1st, 2019. However, what the attached document was a completely separate data sharing MOU between the San Diego County Superintendent of Schools and Ramona Unified School District. And the purpose of that MOU was mutual sharing of students, staff data, something about FERPA. There was no mention of transportation in that MOU, no mention of foster care, or anything about Health and Human Services Agency or any MOU number 7367. And the term of that MOU was from July 1st, 2019 to end of June 2022, which has already expired. So I still would like to see that MOU before voting on this $200,000 contract. Page 2.
Is this the one that our agenda says the contract term is July 1st, 2026 to June 30th, 2031?
No.
Am I looking at the wrong item?
You're looking at Education Services, County of San Diego, Health and Human Services.
Yes.
Bottom of page 1.
Yes, and when I move to page 2,
Okay.
it looks like the second bullet point says the contract term, July 1st, 2026 to June 30th,
That would be
2031.
an amendment, I understand. We haven't seen the original text of MOU neither, nor the amendment either. So we don't have any text we are voting on, not the old one and not the new one. And we don't know what it is. That's why I asked back then to see the text and get this information. And what we received was not that MOU. It was with the same date, but there was no number. It was about something else and different contracting parties.
Okay, thank you.
Page 2, True Care. Here it says that it provides therapeutic services to students. And we did talk about this program during the agenda review meeting, and thank you, Dr. Thurman, for sending us documents about the youth advocacy program that's part of this True Care contract. However, when I looked at the documents that we received, the official youth advocacy program overview, it describes education on the history of the war on drugs, advocacy and leadership training, public speaking, that's all was in this program, community needs assessments and root cause analysis, photo voice projects, advocacy campaigns aimed at systems/policy change, peer leadership and agents of change, raising awareness about substance use and mental health resiliency. None of these activities constitute therapeutic services in the ordinary or clinical sense. Therapeutic services mean clinical mental health treatment, which is counseling, assessment, diagnosis or treatment by licensed professionals. This is not that. If the district thinks this program will provide or will be receiving therapeutic services from there, no, we won't be getting it from that place, the way it's described. I also have additional concerns, framing the war on drugs as foundational education, as core educational point combined with heavy emphasis on advocacy, systems change, policy goals, creating scripts, and presenting to decision makers is the methodology of progressive youth organizing and social justice activism, not a neutral substance abuse prevention or traditional character education. It is associated with left-leaning critique of drug policy, policing, and systemic racism. To me, this youth advocacy program seems like or looks like a Trojan horse promoting Marxist activism to students. The language is very vague and broad, so that could encompass anything in the description of this youth advocacy program. According to my notes, I did ask some polling questions during our review meeting, agenda review meeting. So True Care is a health clinic. Is this contract providing any medical services to students? True Care.
We do not have people coming in from True Care to provide medical services, if that's your question.
No, my question is, under this contract, will True Care provide any medical services?
Medical services?
Yes.
No.
Okay, thank you. So
Thank you,
also,
Leslie.
description says that the program uses grants they receive. Received from where? Because I would like to know where the money is coming from. I need to understand where financing is received by this program. Who is paying for it?
We can look into that and let you know early next week.
Also, it mentions guest speakers. Who approves them? And can we see the list of speakers in advance?
We can also look into that and see if they have such a list.
Another question I just thought of. It says parent consent participation is required. Is parental consent participation required for students over 12 years old as well for this program?
In Ramona Unified, yes.
Yes, okay.
For this program, yes.
For this program, okay. And thank you, Dr. Thurman, for sending us what you call the district consent form. And also adding that True Care will be added to the district consent form as referral option for school year 2026-27. My concern is that it is a promise, not a binding commitment, tied to the contract approval itself. Nothing in the contracted services item requires that the form be updated, and there is no automatic enforcement mechanism if staff later decides not to add it, or if delays it. So document this form itself that was sent to us is actually called something else. It's called a general request for school-based services form. That's what the form is, request for school-based services. It's not a program-specific consent. It does have a small consent signature field in the middle, stating that the person or the parent gives permission for the student to participate in a school-based counseling, mental health, or prevention program as needed. That's that broad. A safer approach would be to require program-specific consent form for this particular youth advocacy program, or require that the general form clearly limits the True Care option to only youth advocacy program, not clinical therapy or medical services. Another concern I have that is very concerning with regard to parental rights. I think it's very risky to add True Care to the general consent form. So it opens the door to any medical and clinical services, theoretically speaking. Even if the district says no. The sample consent form is broad. It has just check boxes. And the consent form authorizes participation as needed. It also allows information sharing with the agencies checked. It includes telehealth language and insurance billing language. If True Care is simply added as one more checkbox on the same form without clear limitations, a parent who checks the box or who signs the form that already lists True Care would later be told they consented to whatever services True Care decides to offer under its broader clinical capacity. not just the youth advocacy program. I think a safer approach would be to require program-specific consent form for the youth advocacy program, or require that the general form clearly limits the true care option to only youth advocacy program. For these reasons, I can't support this contract. I ask that we pull the true care item from the contracted services and not approve it. Page 3. Hankins Construction, the first contract, the first of the Hankins Construction. So I understand that Thrive money was used to pay for it, since this area was also used by the Thrive program. And there's no questions here. I just want to bring up in public what we discussed, so the public is aware what is in those contracted services and how we handle budget money. So what I raised during the agenda review meeting was that maybe the same, but the same logic. Thrive funds could be used to pay in full or in part for the two healer companies' contracts that are in the lines below. Since fire system inspections and fire extinguisher inspections do apply to Thrive as well. And maybe some other construction contracts could be also be using Thrive money where it's appropriate or proportionally to Thrive participation in those facilities. And you, Dr. Thurman, said that maybe we will explore that, and that's another place where maybe we can use the money we have more efficiently. So you said you will look into that if that was possible. Thank you. Page 4. California Department of Health, Care Services and Care Solace. So I had a couple of questions that I submitted in advance, and I did ask these to protect parental rights, ensure transparency, and avoid any surprises for parents. So I understand that Care Solace functions as the billing contractor and is not itself a clinical provider. According to public information, Care Solace also makes referrals and offers care coordination to outside providers. Under this specific agreement, do any of the involved parties, district staff, contractors, Care Solace, make referrals to outside medical or mental health providers? And if so, are parents or guardians notified before those referrals are made, and if their consent is required? I think you did say they do make referrals to outside providers?
Yes.
And
With parental consent.
parental, yes, required.
Yes.
Thank you. Even for children over 12 years old?
In Ramona Unified, yes, our board policy states that we work in collaboration with parents unless there is a reason we believe that child is in harm.
Yes, I just also wanted the public to hear that too, for the record. Page 6, students with disabilities. And there's also no question, I just counted. I understand why Dr. Thurman explained it to me during board agenda review meeting, that all those 23 contracts in total amount for those contracts is $3,853,000. It seemed like the number of contracts was pretty large, but it was due to what you said, because we have to outsource to what did you call, staffing agencies, because we're trying to hire, we're doing our best to hire staff, but still we have to use staffing agencies. That's why there are so many contracts for such a large amount. And And I understand it's very hard to hire personnel for special ed. Pages 8 to 9. There are some legal contracts. And there are some amounts not to exceed certain contracted amounts. And thank you, Dr. Thurman, for providing us with the numbers for how much we spent on legal for the school year 25-26. I think that those 3 law firms and total amount was $433 total. And the question I asked during our meeting that was normally, how close do we get to those not to exceed amounts? Do we always get very close to the limit? Do we use maybe half of the amount? Do we need to exceed the amount? Or what has been our past experience?
Yes, so at times throughout the year, you've seen us bring contracts mid-year to increase the not to exceed amount. So what you saw in the communication that we sent was the total for the special education attorneys at $268,000 and the other amounts for 2 other firms. But periodically, as we reach that ceiling that we've brought to the board, not to exceed, when we know we're going to exceed that, we'll bring another contract with the description of how much more we need to raise that.
So it seems like more often than not we do reach the limit and we need to go over the limit.
We were under with a couple firms, but
Okay.
one we were over, yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, originally, until we approved a new amount.
So with this process, what we're doing is giving the superintendent the authority to spend up to this much, and only that much.
Yes.
If they're going to exceed it, they need to come back
Yes,
for authorization.
absolutely. Thank you. Page 10. San Diego County Office of Education, we're sending couple of teachers, maybe 2 or 3 teachers to certain training. And the question I asked Dr. Thurman during our meeting was, why are we sending those teachers to this training? Are they new to the district, or why?
This is actually a credit that we get because we have been spotlighted as having an exceptional literacy program, and so the county office, as they came in and were watching how we are implementing literacy in our elementary, they did it for us last year, and they're continuing to do it this year and expand up into the secondary level so that we can expose and provide professional development for our teachers free of charge.
What do you mean free? There's amount, $2,400.
Correct. That is the amount that they will reimburse us for the subs. If you look, it says it provides coverage for 3 teachers to attend the literacy connections, and then it will be from them. They give us back the funds through it.
So 3 teachers, 3 days, subs for 3 days for 3 teachers are $2,430.
There's probably also some fees associated with the training itself.
And also it describes what kind of training they receive. And I was wondering if it could be explained in plain English. What does it mean providing equitable access to content? And also what does it mean how English functions within classroom settings?
Can you repeat that? I'm sorry, I'm trying to read the
What does
contract.
it mean in plain English? What does it mean to providing equitable access to content?
To content. Oh, to content.
Content.
So it's meaning that all students have access to the content. So whether they are an English learner or they're students with disabilities, we're meeting the students where they are with their needs so that they can access whatever content it is that they're participating in, whether it's reading or writing or science or whatever content, like we call them content areas, like math is a content area, science is a content area. So we're giving all students access to able to reach or have it be accessible, right? The learning accessible regardless of what struggles they may be having.
Okay, maybe my question was about equitable. Then what is
That
equitable
is
access?
that is equity versus equal. Like I think the best thing I can describe is that picture we see of like the bicycle, right? And the 5 different kids have different types of bicycles based on if somebody doesn't have legs and they're using their arms. So they each get to ride the bicycle, but they are all riding something different in order to be able to ride a bike down the street. So that's really what the term equitable means.
Thank you. And also, does it mean how English functions within classroom settings?
Correct. So we are literacy teachers. We have English happening in all classrooms, so not just in the English classroom. And so I believe that the intention behind that language there is that we are, regardless of content area, we are reading teachers. We are literacy teachers, and so they're accessing the English in those classrooms.
Still have to think about it. Thank you.
Okay.
Just before we move on from that, Leslie, would it be possible maybe at some point for board members to see the outline of what coursework is done during that time, or a syllabus of some sort?
Sure.
So that those skills can be
Sure.
made more clear.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Might be helpful.
Yeah, I can
Thank
put
you.
that in a.
Yeah, thanks.
Just have one more sentence. So I move to approve item H1, contracted services with True Care contract removed, and the 200,000 amendment to MOU 7367 with the County of San Diego Health and Human Services Agency for foster care transportation postponed to the September 10th board meeting so that the board may review the underlying MOU and take action on the amendment at that meeting. So I move approval, accept True Care, and postponing MOU contract until next meeting, so we can actually see what's in the MOU.
The MOU on which one?
On page 1, that the one that cost potential 200,000, which may or may not be reimbursed to some degree. That was on page 1.
The one that's referencing the transportation for homeless and foster
Yeah,
youth.
for which we received MOU that says something about PERP or somebody else. Yeah.
Is there a second?
So I propose to postpone it until next time and drop the True Care and otherwise approve the contracted services.
We have a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
I have a question. If we were to approve Ms. Phillips' motion here, could we then do a follow-up on the True Care and the MOU?
Well, I have questions about that.
Yes?
Well, we can't entertain them until we have a second.
No?
I won't second until I know that I can go back on the True Care.
Then the motion fails, and then I can respond.
So I need to understand, if there was a second to the motion and the motion carried, could we follow up and approve True Care procedurally? I understand.
It can be brought back.
Was the
She's asking
motion,
for something to be removed and approving everything else.
Yeah.
did the
Can we
motion
then go back and
include
approve?
removing True Care?
Yes.
Okay. I don't know. To be honest with you, we'd have to ask superintendent to check with legal.
Being unclear on that, I will not second that motion.
So is there a second for the motion? Okay, the motion will die for lack of a second. Is there an alternative motion?
What was the motion before?
You made it.
Oh, the mine? Okay,
Yeah.
okay. I
It
thought
was your
Roger said
motion.
it failed. Okay.
I have some questions now.
I was trying to second your motion,
Okay.
knowing that we could potentially go back and approve True Care if so desired by the board. But since it's unclear
Well,
about pulling
you
it
can
and
make
doing
that motion. You can make that motion.
I did not get clear direction that we could do that.
We can always
Procedurally.
postpone and approve something later. It's not going to hurt.
That is something that we will have to seek legal advice
Okay.
on procedures. But
So-
it dies for lack of a second. Sorry, Roger.
Okay. So Maya brings up some great questions. On the County of San Diego Health and Human Services Agency, my question is, how important is it to pass that right now? Do we need those services for all of those kids right now? Yes or no?
I'm going to say yes. These are on here because they are needed. That's why they're in this.
Okay, and we've passed this every year for years. This isn't anything new. So I would support passing it and then getting that little second part of the MOU that they have, which is what is being requested. I don't think that is an issue, but it would be helpful for us to review it after the fact. Then the other one about the true care. I think what's unclear is how are we using true care? Like, what is the purpose? What are we getting for that? How's it helping students?
So, would it be helpful then if the board received a list of the activities that are conducted with students through True Care on campus?
Yeah, like how's it being used? That's my question. What are we using it for?
So in the flyer that is attached, they have the program phases and just all of the different activities that are and potential program pillars for what is being done for the curriculum, kind of that overview of it. It's more of a curriculum that we're putting in front, and if you go through, it's just right. I think Ms. Phillips spoke to it a little bit, but it's the program pillars are advocacy, leadership and workforce development, mental health resiliency, the harms of substance abuse and community peer connection. The best way I can describe it is if you remember the old DARE program
Or Red Ribbon
Week activities or anything like that, that is what this is like. And so then if you scroll down further to the actual curriculum, you can see it's history of the war on drugs, overview of government systems, power of youth.
So where?
Yes.
Did we?
It's not in this agenda, but it was provided to the board.
Okay.
Where are we using it? Is it in a health class? How are we using it?
This would be, I believe the True Care is at the Ramona High School, if I were to look at contract services at Ramona High School and Montecito High School, is what the agenda item states.
Ramona High School, Montecito High School.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
That's what it says.
it's in coordination with Red Ribbon Week, or is it?
It's just services for potentially like your social workers might use it, your counselors may use it, maybe they'll be using it in ELT perhaps. It's really just something that we can use on our campus as we need for students.
So there was a concern about some of the advocacy teachings inside of it.
Mm-hmm.
Are we doing that? Are we using that part?
Yeah.
So that I think when we talk about advocacy, we can take that term and think of it in a lot of different ways.
Right.
And this is talking about public speaking training, leadership training, advocacy training. It's skill building, right, for our students in whatever. That's not politically aligned or anything like that. It's clear. It's just teaching them the skills of what this looks like.
We don't know if that's not politically aligned.
Okay. So in this case, it'd be like learning how to, because I'm looking
Have a
at
voice for yourself.
Well, it's like a campaign, how to create a flyer on no to drugs.
Correct.
Okay.
Something like that.
That's
yes.
basically what it is.
Correct.
Okay. That's why I wanted to know. I wanted to make sure I understood. I think, is that the main issue in that, Maya?
It's so broad that it could be anything. So it could be creating a flyer about not using drugs. It could be creating political activists out of students. So it doesn't say advocacy for what, advocacy training. It doesn't say why are they teaching overview of government systems if they're not training activists. So why policy goals, what kind of policies? Create scripts for what? So everything is so broad, could be anything under the sun. You can turn it in any way.
It's at the very top. It speaks to advocacy skills while raising awareness about substance abuse and mental health. So it's specific to that.
But it also says it designed to equip students with the advocacy and civic engagement skills needed to complete the system change project. It also says. Just a moment, I had it here. wait with me. Yeah, the youth advocacy program empowers youth to build community and drive meaningful systemic and environmental change. That's typical progressive language. That's the very first sentence in this program
President,
overview.
I believe on this topic earlier in the discussion, there was a request made to have the names of the guest speakers. That we'd like to have the names of the guest speakers that are going to be speaking to the youth advocacy program.
Yes, sir.
Can
And the superintendent took a note and said, yep,
They
we
did
can do
ask
that.
for that in
Yeah.
advance, yeah, like a week ago, or when we had our meeting, maybe not a week ago, yeah, whenever we had it.
And guest speakers, correct me if I'm wrong, they are vetted by the site administrator, correct? Before they're allowed to come on. That's per board policy.
Yes,
Okay.
and must be in accordance with all board policies.
And I'm looking at this knowing that the basic tenet of True Care, a nonprofit community health center serving San Diego and Riverside. Thank you, Brian. A nonprofit community health center serving San Diego and Riverside counties. It has government funding, federal and state, local grants, and then you mentioned who else supports it, where those grants are coming from. And just a quick search says major foundation grants, the San Diego Foundation, San Diego Unity Fund to maintain essential community health programming, the Conrad Prebys Foundation, which is to support behavioral health programs, and the Jewish Community Foundation, support for community health care services. So the theme here is health care, not political activism. Now, could this slop over? Probably, possibly, depending on who's overseeing it. But I do trust that our staff understands the goal is for healthy lifestyle for our students, not political activism on this topic. And I heard you mention system and environmental change. I think I might not have that exactly right, but the environmental change piece.
Systemic, meaningful systemic and environmental change.
Right. So I don't think that means environmental in the global sense. I think it means environmental as in you have this home environment, this community environment, this school environment, and how might you change your environment to be more suitable for a healthy lifestyle.
It's one interpretation, but in reality, we don't really know what they mean.
But I'm looking at it under the whole umbrella of True Care being a community health organization. If that helps.
Also, if that helps, if there's a checkbox for True Care and parents check it off, so kids can receive services as needed, and it's does it give permission for True Care to provide any kind of services, including medical, theoretically speaking, and parents would know about that. And it's broad permission, and that form is not actually a consent form. It is called request for services with a consent line in the middle. So are we
But-
giving?
Parents agree to that, yeah?
Parents have to agree.
Right.
So parents do have their parental rights. I think those are the two issues you're bringing up. So the one about the program being a advocacy program to empower them. I don't see that. I see it's giving them the tools for them to be able to be empowered to be able to speak for themselves. That's kind of the idea. So a lot of our kids are very shy. They don't talk to people. This is supposed to kind of help them get out of that. That's the idea. Help their mental health. So I do want to say that the campaign part, say they create a poster on no to drugs or whatever it may be, that there are two thoughts. You brought up Marxism, but Marxism in art which is the campaign, is a little bit different. It's not what we're thinking of. Even Uncle Sam pointing at you to go, join the U.S. Army, that's considered Marxism. So we're talking about it more on a media level, an art media level, than we are talking about it on an advocacy level to advocate a campaign on our campus. We don't allow that. So I think that's different. And then the other thing is instrumentalism. Maybe they make a poster that is to teach a concept, which would also fit into that, those two concepts. So those are art and media theories is what they are. And so they're just embracing those theories, focusing on those to help break kids out of their shell and to be self-starters. That's kind of the idea. That's what I see. But the way that it's worded, I can clearly see that sounds like something alarming. I can see that.
Because we don't really know what it really is. It could be anything. What you said could be maybe, maybe not. We don't know.
Well, it's under the umbrella. I mean, when I'm reading it, that's what I see. But if you take the words just
Out
the
of
words
context,
together in a
yeah.
sentence have a meaning. But it's easy to just take the word straight value and not see the meaning. And I can totally see that you're reading it, taking the words literally. I'm reading it, putting all the words together, and it has a specific meaning, which is different from the words themselves. So I think it's okay as long as the second part, the parents are choosing for the service. And as long as the parents are choosing, unless it's, the safety of the kid, which we have in our board policy, I think this is okay.
Also, how do we treat that it's presented to as a therapeutic services, which in fact everything it is not therapy in traditional clinical or ordinary sense. We'll not be getting therapeutic services from this.
But it is, because this is focusing on mental health.
I will make a motion that we approve item H1 as written.
I'll second it.
All right. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Did you vote, Don?
I did not. Yes, I'll approve. My hesitation really has nothing to do with the items that we discussed here. I don't love the architecture expenditures that I see listed here, and I considered voting in opposition just based on that. But I acquiesced and went in favor.
Okay.
I think it has to do with intent. What is the intent of it?
Yeah.
And the intent has
I have a
nothing to do
problem
with
with that.
has nothing
Yeah.
to do with political activism.
Oh, you mean on the tree care? I'm fine on the tree care.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Your
It's
issues with
the
a different thing
architecture.
on there.
Yeah, the
Oh,
architecture,
the architecture
items
items.
here, I am not excited about that and the direction that I see happening and the intent of those.
Yeah. I wish I could solve the problem. I wish I won that lottery. That's
Right.
almost never mind.
Yeah. So just, I just noting that
Yeah.
I did almost vote in opposition of this entire item because of the architecture items there, the high cost. I don't know if we shopped around, and the intent, as explained to me, behind those items, I don't support that. So moving forward, it's likely that you'll hear more squawking from me on those items.
Motion carries 3-2.
Okay.
Next item on the agenda is item H9. This is information regarding revisions to the 26-27 school district budget.
All right, good evening, board. Today we're bringing forward an information item regarding revisions to the 26-27 district budget, often referred to as the 45-day budget revision in accordance with Ed Code 42127. So as you recall, in June, the district brought forward at a public hearing and at the end of June, the 26-27 adopted budget for approval, which was done prior to the final state budget being signed into law. So it's a little bit of a unique timing situation with when the board moves, or when the district moves forward with adopting the budget planning, and then when it is actually signed into law by the governor. So district brought forward the adopted budget end of June, and it was the final state budget signed into law on June 29th. If there are any significant changes to the state approved budget, the district then will bring forward what we call this 45-day budget and highlight any of those significant changes on both the revenue and expenditure side. We work with our county office advisors, School Services of California, on some guidance on if we do need to bring forward a revision to our budget. The district is running to be transparent with our financials, so we are bringing forward this 45-day budget as an informational item, and then the board will be seeing these adjustments incorporated into our 25-26 unaudited actuals to take action in September. So I will highlight some of those adjustments on both the revenue and expenditure side. So on the attachment, the first page right there, we are going to first take a look at revenue. At the May revision, the governor proposed increasing COLA from 2.87% to a 4.31%. There was still some uncertainty around this increase. Governor highlighted that the increase in the COLA was really to take on the additional law that's going into effect January 1, 2027, related to paid pregnancy disability leave. So governor is supporting an increase in LCFF funds to support those increased costs. And we'll see those increase on the revenue on the unrestricted side of the budget. Some additional funds that we're receiving is AB 602 funds. These are special education dollars. Years ago, the federal government said that he would fully fund special education dollars, has never held true to that promise. So we are excited to see a historic increase of up to $1,340 per student, and this is based on our ADA, so our average daily attendance for 24-25. So these increased dollars have been incorporated into the budget, and that equals about $1.6 million on both the unrestricted and restricted side of the pot. Some additional revenue, we are receiving a one-time student support and professional development discretionary block grants, very wordy. We received some of those funds in 25-26, and the governor then brought forward a proposal to continue to fund this grant. This is really related to our Prop 98 guarantee at the state level, so the guarantee for funds that are supposed to come into school districts. These are one-time discretionary block dollars. These are restricted funds, so as we go to the second slide, or second attachment, we'll take a look at the unrestricted versus restricted. And that equals about $4.2 million for the district. These funds are based on our, again, ADA, average daily attendance from the prior year. As we take a look at the expense side, pregnancy disability leave, you'll see that estimated costs on the district side of about $386,000. There's still some uncertainties of, as we're reading the verbiage and law related to this, or language related to this law going into effect, who it impacts, the amount of time and all of that. Districts are developing plans around it. So this is an estimated cost, and as we move forward in the years to come, we'll have a more finalized cost of what that equates to for the district. We also have 2 additional teachers for growth at 2 of our school sites, so the estimated cost to adding those 2.0 FTEs on the certificated side. Additional personnel tech, increasing from a 3.9 FTE to a 1.0 FTE, estimated cost of about $45,000. Beginning teacher induction costs of about $60,000. Stipends for class sizes, and the MOU for this was signed after adopted budget, so we're incorporating those into the budget. And additionally, the board approved earlier tonight the CSEA reclassification costs, and those equal about $33,000. So all in all, total expenses that we're bringing forward on the unrestricted side equal about $800,000. If we look at the second page on the attachment, just want to talk some high-level adjustments to this as we're talking revenues, expenditures, and then bottom line ending balance for the district. So you'll see on the third column difference, we're incorporating on the LCFF unrestricted dollars, a little over $1 million, again to that increased COLA from adopted or from proposed budget to final enacted. On the state side of revenue, that $5.8 million, again, is related to the AB 602 special education funds and then the one-time discretionary block grant. totaling about $6.9 million. On the expenditure side, I talked about the breakdown of in detail on the previous, but we're seeing the breakdown here of classification, so certificated expense, classified adjustments, and then adjustments to the services and other operating expenses, totaling again that about $800,000. What does this do to our ending balance for the district? So once we take our revenue coming in minus our expenses going out, an increase to the ending balance of the district of about $6 million. So you'll see the board adopted budget ending balance on both the restricted and unrestricted side of $12.3 million to the 45-day budget revision incorporating that $6 million to $18.4 million. The box section below is takes a look at the commitments for the district. So you'll see on the restricted side, the adjustment of that $4.2 million, again, related to the one-time discretionary block grant. Anytime we make adjustments to the budget on the general fund side, increase the budget or decrease, we will see adjustments on both the 3% reserve for economic uncertainties. So as our expenses go up, our 3% reserve goes up, so you'll see that adjustment on there. And then same thing, the board has adopted a resolution for an additional 2% reserve for economic uncertainties, and again, you're seeing that increase as expenses went up. And then there's been some dollars earmarked for facility improvements. And with that, I will turn it over for any questions.
It was an excellent start. Congratulations.
Oh,
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Also, maybe can you explain to me, and you did say the way it made sense to you, but not quite made sense to me, the line about reserve, increase in reserve due to increase in budget expenses. Can you please explain how increase in expenses helps to increase the reserve? Because I thought if you increase expenses, then you'll have less money left.
Yeah, overall, in the ending balance, there would be less money left, but the amount that's earmarked for the reserve adjusts. So
Okay.
part of the reserve for economic uncertainties, our district size is required to set aside 3% of our general fund expenditures. So if our general fund expenditures go up, then that 3% goes up that we're supposed to then earmark for that.
Miss, if I understand it right, so if we have more expenses, then we have to budget a larger amount for reserve, correct? And that's
Correct,
why
for the
we increase
reserve,
amount
yes.
of reserve to have enough money for increased expenses.
Yeah, and you'll see it's a minor amount. Again, the 23,000 and the close to 16,000. It's really the 3% of the 794,000 that we're increasing on the expense side, and then the 2% of that 794,000 that we're
Thank you.
increasing.
Okay, so thank you for that report. All right, I'm going to look at this with some really broad strokes, and you can help me get it into a way that I can explain it to people when they ask.
Absolutely.
So I'm looking at this additional revenue, 3 different kinds. The first list here on the COLA, the intention of that is for pregnancy disability leave, above and beyond what it is we have been doing. So there's that. Then the 1.6 and the 4.2 are different kinds of additional funding that we would be receiving for a total of something like 5.8 million. And we have about $1 million in additional costs that we weren't accounting for before, leaving a difference of about 4 or almost 5 million on the upside of things, in the positive. In the past, we've talked about, yeah.
You said 5.8. Am I confused?
Yep, round
or
numbers.
Is it 6.8?
It is 6.8, but I immediately took out the pregnancy piece because we know we have to set that aside
Okay.
for that specific
but we're
purpose.
only setting aside 386.
So when we're looking at this and it looks like we're 4 or maybe 5 million positive from where we were the last time we chatted about this, and we knew that in our current year and 2 years out that we've been working on, now we're in year 2 of that cycle, that we would need to be making cuts of about, I thought, an additional 4 million. Does that mean that we do not need to make cuts? I know the money doesn't come in the exact packets for the exact jobs that we might currently have, but moving this around, does that mean then not cutting?
So something I did want to highlight, just as we're looking at the LCFF for the pregnancy disability leave revenue, potentially not matching the amount that's budgeted on the expense
Yes.
side. I mentioned there's a little bit of unknown of
Yes.
who will go out, length of time, that. Something that also changed from really up until probably June 29th is initially the pregnancy disability law was going to go into effect July 1, so for the entire year, and then it was changed to January 1.
That's why I
Yeah.
just took that right off the top and didn't even use that
So
in my
for long
numbers
term,
that I
there
just
could
mentioned.
be,
Right.
it could be closer to that amount that we're receiving
Right.
for revenue. As far as the district's deficit and these dollars that are coming in, these are one-time dollars coming in where the district is facing, the structural deficit. So they always say don't use one-time dollars on things that eat or people until we kind of figure out that long-term goal of the district. But absolutely, we can look, as the cabinet team works on a budget plan for those dollars, it could help eliminate some of those deficits.
Okay, thank you.
So are you saying the one-time dollars are the professional development discretionary block grant, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
The ongoing dollars will be the additional increase to our LCFF funds, so the COLA, and then the additional funds for our AB 602 special education. Those will be ongoing.
And-
So the Spud Bud is the only one that's one time.
Correct.
Got it. One additional time.
Any other questions?
Yeah. So I wanted to just point out a couple of things. So our standard COLA, we have that increase, but then by some decisions we made and some the state made, we've pretty much already spent it, if you look at it, because we have total expenses of almost 800,000, and then our COLA is 1,070,000. So it's not, we really don't have a lot left when you think of it that way. But
If you're looking at just the unrestricted side, correct? Yes.
Right.
Because the unrestricted pot of the LCFF and the special education, and then the expenses are all on the unrestricted side. Yes.
However, the governor, in his wisdom, I guess you could say, I'm not sure if that really was, gave us an additional 1.6, and then gave us an additional 1.2, and then told us how to spend it. And it's just one time. So it's not really. It's really frustrating because that happens a lot, and then it puts us. I mean, that would be wonderful if that was ongoing, because then we could have that money that we could use for other things. It would be open, but now we're just kind of stuck. It's a one size fits all for staff development.
Oh, for the one-time block grant, correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
So
it is one time.
that to me, that's a disappointment from the budget, from not ours but the state budget.
For the Prop 98 maneuver,
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. It's not, it's, I don't know, I would call it unethical. I think what what the state's doing, the governor's doing is unethical and hurting every single child. But the governor makes a lot of decisions that not everybody agrees with. So I wanted to point that out. To me, that is kind of a low blow. That's not what was supposed to happen, but that's what he did. But we all kind of knew that could happen, right? So that's one thing. The other thing is, I wanted to just briefly discuss, and that is it fair to compare our school district to another school district? Yes or no?
in what matter?
Yes?
I'm just asking, is that
Yes.
fair? And how
Yes,
would,
it is.
And how would we do that? How would that be? How do we make an equivalency to another district?
In what manner? The
I'm just asking.
financials or?
We'll clarify the question, though.
Okay, so we receive so much money, okay? So based upon revenues, is there a fair way to compare us to another district based upon revenues that we receive? Based upon our revenues and based upon the amount of students that we have in our district. Is that possible?
The funding the district receives is based on the attendance that the district receives. So the number of students that are showing up to school every day. So every district receives the funding based on the number of students who are showing up every day, unless they're a basic aid district.
but we're getting a certain amount of money per student, and another district gets a certain amount of money per student based upon their attendance too.
Correct.
Yes, but it's not the same from one district to another based on the demographics of the district.
That's
And the
my,
other financial
that's my point.
considerations would be things like
So-
age of facilities, maintenance needs, whether we've passed a bond and have bond revenues coming in. So yeah, we can compare to another district, but the details of how we do that are extreme.
Right, and so I wanted to point that out because it's really easy for us to look elsewhere and think the grass is greener on the other side, and it isn't always. In fact, we have unique challenges here that other districts may not have. We get less money than other districts, while other districts get more money per ADA. It just depends. So I'm looking at this and I'm like, we have some money that we can work with this year, but at the same time, we also have debt that at least 50% of the school districts in the state of California have debt right now, which is really unfair because of the Prop 98 situation. So I just want to be cautionary about, as we move forward this year, about doing any comparisons with other districts, because I don't, unless we can find something that's close, but definitely down the hill is not close because they're like 5 times to 6 times bigger than us, and bigger districts can work the money differently than we can. We just can't do that. They get more money in the long run, and we just don't do that. But we might be able to, there might be another district that we compare ourselves to, and we can see and look at those districts, what are they doing different? And if we do it that way, maybe we can learn something from them instead of looking down the hill or abroad that really isn't a comparison at all. So I just want to encourage that. And then if you can provide a like PowerPoint presentation that we can look at the data, that would be really helpful.
Absolutely. And then which data are you specifically?
The data that you presented.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, any other questions or comments for staff?
Yeah, I have a question. On the reserve for economic uncertainties, 3%. Has that changed?
No, that is a state mandated
State
reserve.
mandated?
It is different based off district size.
Because my recollection is that the board had a 5%.
We've increased it by 2% long before I showed up, probably before Roger showed up, right?
No, we
No.
were here.
No?
No, I was
I
there.
was not. So
We were here.
it was a board action that said we're not comfortable with 3%. We want it to be at 5%.
When we found out how much a 3% would actually carry us, the very short amount of time that we could pay salaries with a 3% reserve,
Right.
was a big factor in the board deciding to have a 5% reserve. We wanted to be able to be sure that we could pay employees in the event of some catastrophic crisis, at least for a very brief amount of time, and it's still exceedingly brief.
I appreciate the historical perspective.
But you
Yes.
were here.
So,
Yeah.
so if it was 5%, why is it 3% here?
That's the required reporting.
Required
The
reporting,
5%
okay.
is 1, 2, 3, 4 lines above that.
Yeah, they're just broken out separately. So we have the reserve for economic uncertainties, 3%. That's the state mandated, and then 4 lines above it, the increase
I
to
can
get
see
it to
the
5%.
5 if
Yeah.
there are 4 lines above it. That's
Yeah.
good.
And I'd just like to point out just the sort of what's to come. Next month, we'll get the unaudited actuals for 25-26, and then in December, we'll have the first interim. But with our unaudited actuals, Michelle will be showing the multi-year projections, which will show down the answer to your question about the projected cuts that we've seen and the impact that this will have on what still would need to be cut. So it'll be more specific at that time on the multi-year projection. And then in December, we do the first interim, which is all of the expenses up to October 31st. that we've had so far, and it will, of course, reflect all of these funds as well. So,
Well, I'm optimistic that the multi-year will certainly look improved from the last time that we saw it. Just at some point, can we get a refresher on how many months we can pay expenses with a 3% reserve and also with a 5% reserve, so that we have an understanding of what it really costs us in a month?
So I do have a comment, and I personally have difficulty adding positions unless they are. I personally have difficulty adding positions, and we're adding a personnel technician. We're adding half a one, essentially, is what we're doing. And to me, I think it's just terrible timing. We're asking everybody across this district to do more, and we're cutting positions, and we're laying people off. Now, granted, I know we reduced those layoffs to as few people as humanly possible, but we still had a couple people get pink slips, which to me is difficult to accept. I understand that recruiting high-quality people is super important, and processing them is equally as important. And I also understand that we may have lost people because we didn't process them quickly enough, but I still have a basic problem with cutting librarians at elementary schools to half at this school and half at this school, and adding staff.
At the district level.
Right? And I want that to be heard loud and clear. I know that we have struggles in multiple places in this district, and I know that we have people working their tail off every single day. We're spreading that around, and we're asking everybody to do that. And to put one group in front of another, I personally can't support. I've said my piece. Anything else on this agenda item?
I would just to address that situation. In conversations with board members, I've mentioned we could bring a presentation or something to the board on the impact that has on every single site right now. We haven't, 2024, we lost the person that was there, so we've been without that for a while. It was funded at 50%. So that's been in the budget. We're proposing here to add the other 50% to hopefully be able to recruit a full-time person, but this has had a direct impact on every single site, a bottleneck, if you will. So you've got, it's very significant. And I didn't have as many details when we were able to talk as I was with the rest of the board, but we would be happy to bring that to the board in a presentation or whatever the board would choose to be able to demonstrate that impact, which is.
I can't speak for the rest of the folks. If they want to see it, great, let's bring it.
Okay.
If they're not interested, and that's fine too, I do want to see it. I'll give you the opportunity to change my mind, and I'll come to that forum with an open mind, but
Darren, I felt the same way when I heard this in my meeting with Dr. Thurman in reviewing the agenda. It is very difficult to wrap my head around adding any additional positions that are management or district level positions right now. And I understand how, yes, there's a trickle down, and what happens here affects everybody at the school sites. But, when we have librarians literally crying at our board table, and I know that reading is absolutely fundamental for children, and loving reading early definitely matters. It's hard for me to get behind approving a position like this. Also knowing that, without sounding like a dinosaur, we've improved technology. We have software. We've implemented systems to be more efficient and streamlined. So the idea that, but we've cut, yes, we should be. Because we're more efficient, we're more streamlined, we have systems. We also have fewer students. So how can we need more at the top?
well, we have fewer students, but in the administrative levels, the workload doesn't decrease in a direct correlation. And I know I'm speaking against my previous argument, but I'm just speaking from the heart in that I have angst supporting adding people when we're asking everybody to do so much more.
And I agree with you on that. Actually, several people in the room here have been monitoring the district for a good number of years and seen this district go from over 7,000 students to below 5,000 students. And if I were willing to huff the dust involved with digging through my own personal paperwork archives to find what we had for district level staff with over 7,000 students and what we have for district staff now with under 5,000 students, I would hope that the comparison would be favorable and that we would have cut at the top, but I'm not convinced right now that that is the case.
And we're not the only ones looking at student reductions. I read today that the large behemoth in our county has gone from over 700,000 students to between 400 and 500. Talk about impact.
Yeah, absolutely.
I get it. For me, too soon. We got to put our feet back squarely on the ground financially. And, but before I continue to go into detail, I'll be more than happy to view any presentation the staff has.
You're nicer than me.
Without prejudice.
You're nicer than me, because when Brian suggested that to me, I said, I don't think so.
I changed
but
my
I
mind.
would listen happily, but it would take a lot.
I'm willing to engage in an opportunity, in staff's opportunity to change my mind.
Yeah.
And I'll do my best to bring an open mind.
Yeah, so is the board then comfortable we will put that position on hold and not move forward because there wasn't opposition earlier, but we will hold that for a September position. I will say the difference between even 3 years ago and now is apples to oranges on the amount of work that HR has to do just with background checks alone for interviews, where we have to reach out to every single district and we just don't have the manpower to do it. So
I'd be interested in finding out what
is
has changed in 3 years.
Yeah, and we can explain that. That's only one piece of legislation, not even all the others. That's just one of the examples I use. But the HR staff is more than willing to help express it and help raise the level of understanding of what they do. So are we open then to pausing this until you hear more information at the September board meeting?
I mean, this is just an information piece on our budget,
Right.
so I don't even know if if we have the authority to give you that kind of direction here tonight. But I'm sure you can sense the vibe at the table about how we're feeling about, some of us are feeling about this, and you can expect that I would feel this way about others that we might see in the near future.
Don, you and I are the only ones that have spoken up on this topic.
Well, because
Exactly.
you
That's not a
didn't-
majority yet.
Right, no, and that's why I said we're not in a position to give that kind of direction.
been able to say
but
anything.
the vibe here from some of us is clear.
Roger wants to give his input.
Yeah, can you, additionally with letting us know the impact of that, can you also share what the impact or what the cost would be to bring back full librarians? That'd be helpful to know. And we were only supposed to get a 2.87% COLA, yet we got much more than that. So the possibility of bringing them back might be greater than it might be possible.
As long as we don't have to cut them again.
Oh, Roger, they can't
The
hear you.
microphone went out.
Oh, shoot.
Yeah. Oh,
As
now
long
it's-
as we don't have to
now
cut
it's
them again.
now it's out again.
Yeah.
It's internet.
Mr. President,
Yes, sir.
I understand your thinking completely on adding administration when we've lost classified and certified. I completely understand that. But there's some administrative positions where if they're not adequately staffed, it creates a mess all the way down the hill.
I completely agree with you. on
And
this.
it impacts our certified and our classified people. I'm thinking of this in terms of like an air traffic controller. If you don't have enough air traffic controllers, you've got a mess. And that's kind of where we are. We need another air traffic controller. It may be an administrative position, but the issue is not so much the position in administration, it's the mess that is created downhill. That's my concern, and I'm not in favor of delaying it. I think we just need to get it done.
And I can certainly appreciate that. I just wanted to be heard, and as Board Member Perfect brought up, we're not giving the opportunity to approve or not approve this, but and we have a lot of positions that are really important, and we cut a lot of them in this district last year. They were painful. I would ask staff to show me why this one's different. And why are we expanding it? We didn't have it filled, is my understanding, last year. Since 2024? It's a 3.9 hour per day position that went unfilled because we didn't have qualified applicants.
We had a full-time person there until 2024. That person left. We flew it for almost a full year. Could not find anyone. Finally found someone half-time to fill in. Still didn't meet the need. And now we've been without anyone at all for
Now we don't
quite
even
some
have the
time.
halftime person.
Right.
Okay.
We did, just we did have the halftime person. We did fill that person. The person was then hired for a full-time position within the district, and as a cost-saving measures, we left the position unfilled. So in actuality, this was one of the very first positions that was cut in the district before we did the layoffs.
So we left the position unfilled intentionally, or did we fly it and couldn't fill it?
No, well, we left it unfilled as
After
a
January.
cost-saving
So we
measure.
did not attempt to recruit for it. It wasn't flown as an open position within the district.
We attempted at the very first, as soon as the position became, and then we were unsuccessful, and then we decided to just leave it unfilled as a cost-saving measure. So
Okay.
it was one of the very first measures that we took to save money.
I can appreciate that. Thank you.
And just to be clear, it is not an administrative position. It is a classified position. This is not administration that is being added.
Thank you for that too.
I
Yeah.
think that in so many occasions we can't reduce district staff because somebody mentioned that we have so many more new California legislative requirements, bureaucratic requirements, reporting requirements that were not around 10, 15, 20 years ago. I understand, like you, Dr. Thurman, mentioned that reporting alone went from, I don't know, what, 250 reports every year. And Roger, you mentioned new California law, or somebody said that why we need additional staff in the district office because of all those bureaucratic requirements that take so much time of district staff.
So if I'm the one swimming upstream here, I get it. But if there is interest by the rest of the board to have staff try to change mine and Don's mind, I'm all for it. If there's no interest, okay, that's fine too. Don't waste staff time on it. So what is the consensus of the board on this, on the plan for this?
Well, I think what you're suggesting is that we should hear what the superintendent was offering to see the impact that it made. But I'm suggesting we should also see the impact, the trickle-down effect of how it's hurting us and every student.
The whole package changed
Yeah.
my mind.
As well as how much would it cost to bring back the librarians. I want to see what is the effect on the librarians, what is the effect of having the additional position that we weren't able to fill up here in HR, and how that would affect everything. I think I know the answers except for the cost on the one. So
Does the rest of the board agree with mine and Roger's concoction over here?
I'm fine with that. I'm just looking at the bigger picture here. And as I described, it looks to me like the numbers work out to where I would expect to not see very many cuts on the proposed budget. I understand multi-year very well. And yes, we have to plan for that. But I do not expect to see dramatic cuts like we did this past year based on the numbers that I'm seeing here in our agenda tonight.
Dan, you sounded like you understood the need for this position. Are you in favor or not in favor of next step that Roger and I are discussing?
Regarding the librarian?
Regarding the librarian and what I referred to as change my mind. You know, bring me on board. Are you okay moving forward with that presentation, or you just want to go hire this person?
Especially since I mistakenly thought this was an administrative position, which I'd heard earlier in the evening. It turns out to be a classified position, so the concern of adding somebody to the administration is gone. That is gone. So the idea that we could somehow rehire the librarian and fill this position to a full position, which is desperately needed, I think, I'm for that.
And that's important. I think when you said administration, kind of what I thought was district office,
District
therefore
office,
administration.
central staff.
Yeah,
Right.
it's
Yeah.
classified.
Yeah,
Yes.
exactly. But it's classified staff in the district office, and I see the perception of that. But man, we made some really painful cuts. So if you will grant me and a little bit of generosity, and I'd love to hear this and have the opportunity for my mind to be changed.
As an information item,
Yes,
not action.
absolutely. As an information item. Are we okay moving forward with that, or am I crazy?
I'm good with that.
Well, it wouldn't bother me if it was discussion, possible action, instead of information. Maybe we get the information and we want to act. Maybe we don't want to do anything.
I would just add that Cabinet gets requests for new staff almost every week. Had one today, had one last week.
Right.
And we vet them completely. It involves a lot of us as individuals going out and doing research. Tony resolved one just today. So it is very rare for us to even advocate for this, but and we recognize the optics 100%. However, the impact to every one of our school sites and to our HR department itself, in my opinion, personally, I won't speak for our staff, but outweighs the optics, because we're impacting individuals, we're impacting school sites, and we're not hiring staff that we need to hire that are going elsewhere because it's out of our control. And I understand we wish how it could be like it was 10 years ago. Things are 100% different. I explained earlier that every person that we interview, if we're going to interview 5 people, we've got to send communications to every single one of the districts they've ever worked in. And we've got to wait till we get that back to make sure they can be interviewed. And that's for everything. And starting January 1, it's with classified staff as well. So to hire a custodian, a teacher, an administrator, a classified person here, it is that was just one of the pieces. So I won't go into everything, but we will bring information to the next board meeting. The recommendation from staff is to keep that posted, that position. Is the board comfortable with that while we come and bring information for the board to hear the impact of that? We can also bring the price of the library text.
It's not really in our agenda in a way that allows us to do that right now.
Yeah.
To
But
me.
the board can give direction on
So
the next board
Darren-
meeting to bring information.
Yeah. I'm a little lost. How did we switch from this budget item to discussing this particular position?
It's in the budget.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
But
I
this
would
is information, it's not really action, so pulling one position
little
out
weird.
to take action or not isn't really,
And-
I think.
Then why
I
are you
would-
trying to decide something if we're not supposed to vote? on it?
I would remind staff that yes, you get these recommendations and you provide recommendations, but at what point in time we're going to be asked to approve the personnel plan and a budget amendment that increases the budget for this position, are we not? It's currently budgeted at 0.5, right? So we would be asked to increase the budget to 1.0.
Yes.
So it is actually a board decision, just not tonight. When
Yeah,
we
there's
approve
lots
and
of
amend
points
the
along
budget.
the way where we
Yeah.
could weigh in. It could be on a personnel agenda where we decide not to approve an individual, and that would be a darn shame.
And it would. You're right, 100%.
Yeah.
But
And
that's
that-
why
Better
it's
to
important
deal
to
with
have
it
the
in advance.
conversations
Yes, yes.
now.
So
and
we
early.
had this in all two buys. No
Yes.
one disagreed. Everyone had the same concern, no question. But no one said that we should not do this. So I guess my
One did.
question would be, you're right, but the direction was to check with the rest of the board.
Yep.
So my question would be, I would prefer then that we hold this for a month to present so everyone can understand that, because I don't want to move forward and then have the board decide that all of the work that is already inundating HR
Understood.
to continue that would be negated with one decision, especially without hearing from our HR staff about the impact. So are we comfortable? And it's not an agenda item. I'm just asking for direction that we pause the posting and any action there and bring a presentation to you on the impact. I described one little piece, but there are multiple. And then we'll get direction on the board from the board at that point to continue the recruitment or not.
And that's clearly my request, understanding that I don't give direction as an individual. So, and it's the topic of conversation that I either want to be rejected by my colleagues or supported by my colleagues, one or the other. I completely understand the dynamic that we collectively make this decision.
So how do we give direction? Just majority of the board says, yes, we want this to be done without taking a formal vote?
That
I think
is
that
the
it kind of
informal
comes
way.
to, Brian, hearing the comments here from board members tonight, and then he or President Drum deciding to agendize this, and if so, when, and then the board would have a conversation about this specific thing and anything else pertinent that might be rolled into it, whether it's adding this position or filling this existing position that's been unfilled, or bringing back librarians, maybe weighing the merits of those things and what those dollars look like. I don't know, but a future agenda item, and you guys can decide how that works.
And ultimately,
if it works at all.
At the end of the day, it would either be in a budgeted option
Right.
or in the personnel plan if we don't give direction outside of that process.
And Brian's fighting awfully hard for this one position, so that tells me, oh, this one must be of some sort of key importance because we've hired him to do this important work. So when he argues so strenuously for this one position, which happened in our agenda review meeting, I just figured, oh, okay, well, obviously this is much more important than seems to me, but he's the expert. So on this particular one, because it is a half-time, somewhat low impact to the budget, okay, let's roll with it. I'll trust that he knows what he's doing. But yeah, I'm absolutely thinking about the librarian that sat here crying for her job, for sure, and what our student test scores look like, and whether this person is going to improve our student test scores or the librarian would, right? And I don't just mean scores. That's the easy word to say.
Yeah.
Student achievement,
Right.
right? So that's my thought.
And every single position in this district is important. You know, the people who fixed the plumbing leak at the middle school, what would we have done without them this last 2 weeks?
Porta potties.
Yeah, and that's
Yeah.
I don't want to use them if I don't have to.
Yeah.
And portable hand washing stations and the kitchen at the middle school. There are so many dominoes that were going to fall because of this mishap.
Yeah.
Or this incident, whatever we want to call it. So, I mean, I don't mean to discount any one position more or less than another. They're all really important to making sure that our students are educated and safe and loved and well taken care of. it's an overused statement, but it takes a village, and everybody has to do it. Everybody is, without one cog in this giant set of gears, something falls out. I mean, look how many people it took to evacuate students effectively, quickly, safely. If everything doesn't happen, if we have one bus driver position that's not filled, I get it. I totally get it. Change my mind. Yes, sir.
My preference would be to resolve this tonight, but that's not going to happen. The cabinet has made an excellent argument on hiring this other half position. They've made a good argument. The superintendent has made an eloquent argument about hiring this half position. I'm in favor of doing it as soon as possible because we're doing damage to the district without this extra half a position. We're bleeding. We need to get this addressed immediately. So if we're going to put this off till next board meeting, it ought to be an action item, and we need to vote and we need to resolve this before we do any additional damage.
What would the action be?
To approve the expenditure on the budget to add this position. Now, as far as the librarian goes, wouldn't it be nice if we could bring the librarian back and add this position? They would offset each other.
No, it just costs more.
Wow, okay.
But yeah,
Okay, is
Yes, it
there
would cost more.
is there support for Dan's thought process to take care of it tonight?
How can we do an
there's
action
nothing
item
we can
tonight?
do tonight.
Yeah, I don't think so. But if we give direction collectively as a board, move forward, then we'll move forward. I can tell you without having my mind changed, come budget time, come personnel time, I won't support it. And that's okay. I'm one of 5. And
This could be done in a board update also, just to explain what this position does, the importance to the district, whatever trickle down might happen. I don't know that this is an action item all on its own, one position. We typically don't, not like that.
Does it require formal board action to do
it
that?
will in the form
Well-
of a budget adoption that includes a full-time position versus a half-time position. It will in terms of a personnel update when we approve the personnel agenda item. So there are 2 times that this would potentially come back that I can think of right off the top of my head.
Just board direction alone is not enough.
Well, it's direction to the superintendent to think
Do
about
what?
it,
To
and that's
think,
why I
okay.
keep saying,
But not
guys,
to
am I
hire.
crazy here?
Okay.
Am I the one salmon swimming upstream? Or is there consensus so that we can collectively tell the superintendent, slow down and come back and bring us more information? And if there is direction tonight from 4 of you all that says, move forward, okay, I'll shut up. But if there's not,
We don't have a way to do that here with this agenda.
well, we do,
Brian has heard the conversation,
Yeah, he's giving.
and the takeaway from it is what he makes of it, and where we see this, and staying, in our box. That's how we'll handle it,
Yeah.
I think, moving forward.
I agree, that
Right.
sounds good.
You
Yeah,
know.
so.
All right, enough time on this item. Sorry, everybody.
Yeah. Well, it was
No.
nice hearing you relate to a fish.
Is it okay
you're a
to
salmon.
then provide that? We could provide a narrative on the impact
Yeah.
Sure.
in the board
Yeah,
update.
sure, send
Yeah,
us the board.
that
Next
would be
week.
helpful.
Yeah.
And I also heard a
Both.
request as what would the budget impact be
Yeah,
to
that too.
bring back our librarians?
yeah.
Yes.
So if that popped up on a future agenda, Brian, I think there's a couple of people on this board that would appreciate it.
An agenda or a board update.
Okay.
I don't have a preference about that.
All right.
Thank you.
Help me out, everybody. I think we're on H10,
10.
correct?
Yes.
All right. Next item on the agenda is item H10, approval of resolution 2026-2027-08, which is an increase of the purchase card account.
Okay, tonight, staff is recommending approval of Resolution 2026-2027-08, authorizing an increase in the funds held in the district's Mission Federal Credit Union account, supporting our purchase card program. Over the last several years, the district has seen a significant increase in the use of purchase cards as departments and school sites have increasingly utilized them for operational efficiency and the timely purchase of goods and services. As our monthly P-card activity has grown, Mission Federal Credit Union requires the district to maintain a higher cash balance in the associated account to support that increased utilization. I do want to emphasize that this action does not increase the district's spending authority or budget. It simply increases the amount maintained in the account to ensure sufficient funds are available to cover our monthly P-card activity and meet Mission Federal's banking's requirements. Any questions?
Questions for staff?
Yeah, I have one. So I'd asked Brian, can we use something other than Mission Federal? Because there's no benefit in using Mission Federal, except for every so often they give us a donation. But the truth is, if we had a different card, could we have a different card that gives us points back, and we can use the points, because it's usually, or not points, but maybe cash back, and then we can use that, put that cash right back in, so we're actually generating money with it. In the past, we had an American Express P card that we would use right here. And I remember it came back reporting that we had earned $25,000 cash back from all the purchases. Can we do that again? That was a while ago, but I'm just asking.
We can look into the other options for district credit cards. Something that is great about the Mission Fed purchase card system, one, we bank with Mission Fed, so it's nice to have that. And then another piece too is the district is not allowed to carry debt unless the board makes approval on that. What's great about the Mission Federal Credit Union purchase card program is the holding account for the purchase card program will automatically pay the monthly statements, so the district then is not carrying any debt or carrying any interest if there were to be late payments, as we're reconciling the statements behind the scenes. So that is really the benefit of the purchase card system that a lot of districts utilize. Right. But we can look into other rebate programs.
Can we look into Mission Federal if they have a card that there's a benefit?
Yeah, absolutely.
In Michelle's response to the questions that we sent out, she also mentioned that Schools First does not currently offer the P-card program. So
You're saying Mission Federal doesn't, or?
Schools First does not.
Schools First.
If Schools First did it, because we have a great relationship with them too.
Yeah.
And is it an option was just my question, so apparently not. But I like your question, and I guess one of the questions I also have would be, are we typically charged additional fees because we're using a P card? Some vendors will say, oh, if you use your credit card, it's 1.5%, 3% more. Are we experiencing that to our knowledge?
Not to my knowledge. Usually when we are moving forward with an expenditure, if there is a credit card fee, we will advocate to go through our district purchase order system, commercial warrants, and work with the vendor. We never want to pay additional expenses for any expenditure. So we do work with our vendors to ensure that doesn't happen.
This is simply increasing our debt limit from the $25,000 up to $75,000, correct?
Correct.
All right. What interest rate do we pay on the balance?
So what's great about this program is we don't pay any interest on the balance because the amount that we are authorizing right now at the $25,000 is held with Mission Fed. Anytime expenditures come through monthly, this holding account will go in and pay those expenses to not generate any interest fees, and then we go in and replenish the holding account. That's what's great about the program.
Seems like it
That's
operates more
that's
like
a good number right there.
operates more like a debit card than a credit card.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
A debit card,
yeah.
you have the money already. A credit card, you're borrowing.
Other
You're not
other
borrowing.
programs that some districts have used, the Cal Card program is something we might hear of. With those programs, those are credit card expenses, and there would be interest fees if they're even late by one day, similar to a personal financial interest charges.
Thank you.
So I have a Mission Federal account. That's a bank account that's actually gives me a whole bunch of money every month. So I know they have them, but would it have the benefit that we're
And
doing
personal
here?
accounts and business accounts
That's
are
what I'm
different
asking.
and all that.
Do,
Yeah.
do they have something that's similar?
I think we'll
Well,
find
and-
that out.
In my previous worlds, our Cal cards did draw funds, did give a percentage of back into the account. So Cal cards do it. Don't know. Having said that, is there a motion now? This is an action item.
Yes, I'll move approval of increasing the purchase card account amount.
I'll second.
There's a motion and a second. Any other questions for staff? All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Maya, did I get a aye? Yes?
Aye, yes.
Okay. Motion carries unanimously.
Okay.
Next item on the agenda is item H11. This is the approval of acceptance of gifts.
Okay, my last item for the night. This month, the district is pleased to recognize several generous donations totaling $8,250. Cattle Dog Coffee Company and Julian Pie Company both donated funds to support Ramona High School's CTE multimedia pathway. The Ramona Concert Association also donated funds in support of Ramona High School's music program. And lastly, School First Credit Union generously donated funds to continue supporting several district-wide employee program and events. We greatly appreciate the generosity of these community partners and their continued support of our student staff and district programs.
I move approval.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any questions for staff? All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
And is there a way that we recognize these donations? Do we send a thank you? What do we do?
Yes, we do send a letter thanking for the generosity to all of those that donate after the board meeting.
Thank you.
All right, next item on the agenda is item I1. This is approval of resolution 2026-2027-01, ratifying payment of trustee compensation for an excused board meeting absence.
Thank you, President Drum. Board Bylaw 9250 and Ed Code 35120 provide that a governing board member may receive compensation for a board meeting missed due to illness, jury duty, designated district service, or a hardship deemed acceptable by the board when the board by resolution makes the required finding. Trustee Roger Doan was absent from the governing board meeting on February 12th. Due to a medical procedure, compensation for the absence was processed. However, the required board resolution was not presented for approval at that time. So adoption of this attached resolution will make the findings required by Board Bylaw 9250 and Ed Code Section 35120 and ratify the previously issued compensation.
So we have not seen this before, and is there a way we can avoid seeing this again?
Not if we're following the bylaw. The bylaw says that we have to have a resolution when
Anytime
there
a board member is absent?
is absent for a qualifying reason. Yes, if it's not a qualifying reason, then there's just payment doesn't get issued. But if it's a qualifying reason, there has to be a resolution approved by the board to process the payment.
So I think there might be some misunderstanding that I've heard in the community that these stipends are provided because of board meeting attendance. And this is linked, but in my experience, board members, whether they're at the board meeting or not, regardless of the reason they may not be, the work continues on. There's rarely a day that goes by that board members are not doing work on behalf of the district. So it's a little perplexing that we need to address each board member and each meeting absence this way. Who wrote this legislation?
Yeah.
What
and
can we
so
do?
We don't have a full
Okay.
text of it, but we can provide that. I agree with you 100%. Never perfect that the board's work is not done
No,
just
I
at a
know
board
that when
meeting.
Roger was absent from that meeting, he was still doing work for the district.
Of course.
He just could not physically be here for that meeting.
Right.
Don,
Well-
I think it's in our bylaws, and we can always bring the bylaw back and change that condition that it has to be by resolution of the board or whatever else we need to change. And we also maybe need to reread and change, make some adjustments to the
I'm not
bylaw
really-
that stipulates the stipend amount.
I don't know. I just know that Roger was continuing to do the work, whether he was at the February board meeting or not, and that's it. I'll move approval.
Exactly. I'm supporting what you said, John. So in order to avoid bringing it back to the board
we have a
making it
second?
look like it's only for the meeting. We can change our bylaw.
I'll second the
Thank you.
motion, and I will add that this is ed code that says meeting.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Okay, then it's allowed.
we've got a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
With
I'm abstaining.
one abstaining. Next item on the agenda is item I2. This is approval of recommended updates to board bylaw 9323.
Thank you, President Drum. Members of the board, staff is recommending updates to board bylaw 9323 to incorporate recent guidance and recommended revisions provided by CSBA and district's legal counsel. The proposed changes are intended to ensure the bylaw remains current, legally compliant, and aligned with best practices for board governance and meeting procedures. The board is asked to review and approve the recommended updates.
Well, before, I have some edits to make.
You can make some suggestions, but they're going to have to be voted on.
Okay, of course. So before I address my substantive objections, I want to identify several specific edits that I'm requesting to the proposed bylaw.
Can I hold you for 1 second?
Yeah.
As you go through these edits, what I'd like to try to do is see if there is support or consensus to support those edits. As we
Okay.
go along, it might save us some pain in the throughout this process. So what would be your first suggestion?
Page 1, paragraph 5, that starts, if the agenda includes.
Okay?
So that citation at the end supports only the last two sentences. I propose to make them a separate paragraph. Placing the citation at the end of the whole paragraph creates the misleading impression that the entire rule, including the 3-minute clock time, is mandated by the Brown Act. This drafting technique overstates what the law requires. That will be consistent with all other paragraphs where the citation at the end applies to the whole paragraph. Just split it in two.
Is there support for that suggested edit? Okay, please move forward. Your next item?
Yes. Also, state, I would like to state any board member time limit directly,
Which page?
the same paragraph.
Oh, same paragraph, okay.
State any board member time limit directly rather than incorporating the public comment limit by reference.
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that, please?
Okay. State the board member time limit
Okay,
in that paragraph directly as a number,
okay.
rather than incorporating the public comment limit by reference. So it references public comment time.
So what is your suggestion?
Yeah, I want the time limit for board member report spelled out clearly in that paragraph. Doing so would be more respectful of elected trustees and also make the restriction more visible. Linking it to the public comment rule in reality subordinates board member speech to the public comment rule. And if the board later shortens the public comment limit, then the board member limit automatically drops with it.
So your suggestion is that we strike the language about public participation in a comparison of board member comments to public
Just state the clear,
comments.
just state the clear number instead of referencing public comment.
And is this intended to be, question for staff, is this intended to be about the board report section that currently resides near the end of our monthly agenda? Or is this a limit on how long board members can comment on agenda items?
No, this is specifically related to the board members reporting out at the end of an agenda item.
Okay, so I think we should make that more clear.
State the
And I
number.
agree, we don't need to make a comparison about public comment and that being our rationale for a 3-minute board member report time limit.
So, dumb it down for me, Don.
Yeah. Yeah, I just don't like the paragraph.
Who wrote it?
It should say, if what we're trying to say is board member reports should be limited to 3 minutes, then we should just say that.
Is that a suggestion?
I'm looking at this as a first reading here that we're unlikely to approve tonight. So yes, that's
Okay.
a suggestion.
And I can get behind a time limit.
Yeah, maybe, you know, I understand why. At the end of the meeting, when we get on our own personal soapbox for a prolonged period of time, not only is it rude to the other members in attendance and staff that might be here, but it also creates a situation where we may be going into too much detail on items that should be saved for an agenda.
Understood. So that would be a suggestion that staff come back with alternative wording in that paragraph
Yes.
that is shorter and limits board member comments at the end to a time.
Yes.
Okay.
Page 3. I think it was addressed in one of the emails that the new text was supposed to be highlighted in bold.
What paragraph are you on, please?
That after crossed out 7, when the new starts with paragraph 1, well, it's not like edit to the final text, it's just remark on the draft. So I think that's was supposed to be in bold, right? That's starts with 1. So fourth 1, 2, 3, up to 4, 5, 6.
So
That's new.
are you saying that the text should be bolded?
In the draft, not in the final.
because
Okay,
it's
yeah,
new
yeah,
language.
understood.
Yes.
Does staff have any comment on that?
No, just that we fixed it immediately on the online version because that is the format we use when we're bringing updated language.
And that's on 1 through 6?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Page 4. Paragraph 4.
How does it start? The board chair shall determine, is that the paragraph?
Well, it says maximum time permitted pursuant to board bylaw 9322. Let me see.
Am I on the right page?
In my notes, it's page 4, paragraph 9322.
1, 2,
Give me a second.
3. I'm looking for it. 4. Okay.
Not paragraph 4, I mean point, like number 4. Pardon
Yes.
me.
Item number
Page 4,
4.
number 4. Okay, okay.
Does it read an individual speaker may give some,
Not that.
etc.?
Well, there's a broader problem with this. There's actually inconsistency. It says maximum time permitted to pursuant to board bylaw 9322. So it references board bylaw 9322. I looked at bylaw 93.
Before you go on, where are we?
We are
this
on
document?
page 4
Yep.
of
Page
our
4.
document, numbered item 4.
Number item
Okay.
4.
It reads, an individual speaker may give some or all of the speaker's time to another speaker, provided that no individual speaker is permitted to speak more than the maximum time permitted per individual speaker pursuant to board bylaw 9322.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm with you now.
I checked bylaw 9322. It does not address speaking time at all. I ask that paragraph, that number 4, item 4 be rephrased so that it clearly states the intended rule without referring to bylaw 9322.
And is the intention of this, where it says no individual speaker is permitted to speak more than the maximum time permitted per, so 3 minutes? Somebody can give their time, but the person they give it to still can't
Only
speak
gets
more
3?
than 3 minutes? Is that correct? Am I understanding this?
Yeah, that my math didn't work for me either, because if they can't speak for more than 3 minutes, why does it matter if somebody else gives them their time?
And I absolutely will not support giving time to someone else.
But my
If you
point was-
can't tell us in 3 minutes concisely yourself, then tell us as much as you can in that 3 minutes,
So-
and then you're done.
But my
Would-
point is that is not referenced. The reference isn't correct.
Hang
But-
on a sec. Would it be safe to say that we're suggesting striking that entire paragraph?
I do believe we should address this issue of giving speaker time to another individual because it has come up in our boardroom.
Yep.
And I'm not saying that I am uninterested in hearing what people have to say, but I do think speakers should be concise. The 3 minutes is sufficient. And if they are engaged and passionate on the topic, they absolutely should be calling or emailing us and letting us know in detail. Don't do it during a 4-hour board meeting and think that we can really absorb and make changes at that time.
So, Brian, do you think you have enough feedback on that to make appropriate changes? And then check the reference to
Board
board policy?
9322 agenda meeting materials.
Okay. Your next suggestion?
Page 5. I would
So
like
the
to
next
address
page.
the word, the very top line, sufficient indicia. So indicia, it's a word people usually see once in their lifetime. So ordinary people. So I would like maybe to see this word changed to something more common, like indication or some other synonym. That's not some very, very like
Legal
spelling
sounding
bee,
word.
spelling bee word.
Okay. I can get behind that. How about the rest of the group?
Sure.
Okay. Roger?
Okay.
Dan,
Then-
you good? Okay. Staff is taking notes? Just find a different way.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, do you have more suggestions?
I just want to raise specific objections to the proposed language in bylaw 9323 that would limit board member report on unspecified topics to 3 minutes
Okay.
and restrict agenda item requests to only brief explanation, effectively preventing a board member from stating reasons or expressing opinions during that portion of the meeting. First, this restriction is not required by the Brown Act. The Brown Act itself, in the Government Code Section 54954.2 says that a board member may make a brief report on their own activities.
So I believe this is going to come back to us for a vote. Can I ask you to state your objection then? Or make a suggestion that it be removed tonight? If your suggestion is that it's removed, we can see if there's consensus.
So we're not voting on it tonight.
No, I don't think it's...
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think we're ready to close the book on this one just yet, based
Okay.
on all the suggestions that we gave staff.
Then are you asking me to raise my objections when we actually vote next time?
Or make a suggestion tonight for changes and see if there's support for those changes.
Okay. I would like to remove paragraph 3,
What page?
page 1.
Okay. About late night meetings and
Pardon?
adjournment time?
Paragraph beginning with the words "the board believes,"
Yeah.
ending and to a later date.
What is your suggestion?
Remove it. Strike it down.
Remove it completely.
Yeah.
Is there support for that?
Yes.
Okay. Is there more? Are there others?
I just think that when we have district business, we need to do the district business, and we only typically meet once a month. We're not an agency that meets twice a month or every week or whatever. So when there is business before the board, whether it's getting late or not, we need to address those items.
I can get behind that. So Roger, are you good?
On that one, yeah.
So
I-
the suggestion would be when this comes back that we strike paragraph 3 on page 1.
I'm kind of on the fence about it. I don't think it really matters if we said 10 o'clock. All we're going to do is vote to extend the meeting.
Right.
It's not a big deal to me.
The only thing it does, and I've been involved in city councils that do this and city councils that don't do this. And all it does is bring up for reminder, hey guys, we're going late. Stay focused. That's really the purpose of it, in my opinion. I don't care, to be honest with you.
Okay. Or
the-
one of us could just say you're talking too much.
So the suggestion is, well,
Something
that's
like
mildly rude.
that. I know, but I mean, we could do that.
We can keep each other in check a little bit better than we sometimes do.
But it sounds like there is consensus to remove that. So, and I'll get behind it. So it sounds like it's 4 people that are in favor. And if you want to bring it back when we re-see it, you're welcome to make your suggestions.
I know what we've done is we just say, we're calling the question if it gets too
Yeah.
long. That was our
Yeah, we just put ourselves in check that
respectful
way. Right.
way of doing it.
Right.
Okay, Maya, did you have other suggestions?
Yes, I would like to remove the paragraph 5.
On page 1?
Yes. Beginning with if the agenda and ending with the of the request.
Didn't we just do that?
Yeah, we already talked about that.
Yeah.
And I don't think
It
there
was
was,
like the very first thing that we did
If-
in this conversation.
if I remember correctly, there was not support to remove the entire paragraph. Am I wrong? Am I right?
We discussed
think it was a-
separating it in 2 paragraphs. Also, last 2 sentences of that paragraph, it's already state law.
And we've already talked about that. So now the suggestion is to strike the entire paragraph.
Yes.
Bring back language that explains we're talking about board member reports
Yep.
being limited to a specific amount of time.
That's how I remember it, yeah.
Not a comparison to public comment or anything else that's in that paragraph.
So,
Specifically stating we're talking about board member reports,
agreed.
not agenda items in general.
So now the suggestion is to strike the paragraph completely. Is there support for that? Okay,
I do believe we need language that
Sure.
says board member reports and limiting that to a certain number of minutes. This paragraph would take so much reworking that I would say strike it and add the similar language to what I'm suggesting.
okay. Superintendent Thurman, are you somewhat clear as mud on that direction?
Cut the fluff and
Yes.
get to the point with this one.
Yes,
Sure.
Yes.
Okay, so come back with a suggestion, if you would, please.
Yep.
All right,
I think I'm done. I had 5 suggestions and I
Okay.
stated them all.
does anybody else have any last chance opportunities for suggestions to alter this for a future version?
Yes. I think we should add a number 7.
What page?
Right above disruptions. I think that's page what, 4?
I don't know. You understand the online version doesn't have page numbers, right?
Neither does my printed version.
Page 4. It's
Page 4?
Right above disruptions.
Okay, what would
So
your suggestion be?
So my suggestion is we should talk about
Or
how you appropriately give your comment. Now, we've said that we've had in here before, maybe it's in another bylaw, that when you come to address the board, you should do it tempered with kindness. And I'm thinking that we have some things in here directing on how you should do it. We need to say something that an appropriate way to address the board, even with criticism, is do it in a kind way. I just don't think you can be critical.
oh, with kindness.
We're allowing
a la
that.
Bob's duty. Got
Yeah,
it.
but I think it makes a lot of sense because
Yes.
you get a lot more traction.
Do
even
you
in your
have
criticism,
suggested
you're kind
language?
about it. I'm not really sure how to word it. That's why I'm just
Yeah.
suggesting it, and
Okay.
we can kind of work on it together. But
Yeah.
we're basically saying, to me, the only direction we give is 3 minutes. You can give your minutes to somebody else, and then here you can complain about us. And so why don't we give some direction of how you can actually address us in a way that would be meaningful, where we definitely would have some impact on us.
So we're talking about when the public addresses the board?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
I think we can make suggestions, but we can't regulate what they
No.
do.
That's why I'm saying.
No, but we might be able to do it in our agenda where we describe how our comment system works. We might look at that language and see that it really does meet our needs. You know, particularly that when somebody comes to address us, they're really addressing us. This is
Right.
not a showboat for
and
the rest of the room,
but we can say
right?
that
They're
here.
trying to talk to us and help
You're
us
here-
decide something.
We can say that you're here to address the. Remember, you're here to address the board. I mean, we can say it some way.
So
not
are
to
you our
address the
clerk?
audience.
You're our clerk right now, right?
Right, but I'm
Maybe
saying.
you want to massage that language
Should
that's
be
in
in
our
there.
agenda that you read every month and see if we could do it there.
Knowing that it's unenforceable.
Yeah.
Well, of course, but I think it's a good guideline.
No, nor
So-
should it. I mean, this is a forum where elected officials are subject to scrutiny, and I get the whole kindness thing, but they could come up here and
do it, we can't
short
stop
of
Short of a
you know,
personal threat,
obscene
I think,
language
you know,
or a
yeah.
threat. Yeah,
You could.
it's not easy, but it's sort of their right.
It is. We're not taking it away from them.
Yep.
Just giving them
Okay.
suggestion.
So Don,
Okay.
did you
you
say
have-
you
yeah.
wanted to remove the language that says give time, public speakers could give their time to somebody else? Did you
Yes,
say you wanted
I can
to?
tell you I absolutely will not support
Yeah.
any version that includes giving time to another speaker.
Okay, so you asked to remove that language. I
That's
would
me.
like, yeah.
Well, however
yes,
everybody
okay.
else feels,
Well, I
I
would
will not
support that.
support a version
Can
that
we go
includes
back
giving time.
really quick on
I'll
the
support that.
piece there?
Yeah.
Are you going to look at the language, Roger, as the clerk for, because we do have director comments to the governing board and present them in a respectful manner.
Where
Yeah.
does it say that?
That's in our,
What you
in
read every month.
C5.
No, I know we have it.
Yeah. That's in C5 on our agenda.
I think if we're gonna put this in the policy, we might want to just stay that in the policy.
I don't care about putting it in the policy, but if it was there, I'd still be okay. I don't think it changes anything.
So
Yeah,
think
I
the
don't
doors-
have any heartache with it, knowing that we can say, please be nice, but at the end of the day, it's a fundamental right to criticize your elected officials.
Right? I don't disagree.
So
Do we want to add a number 7? Do we want to look
Oh.
at rewording the agenda item there, or what's the board's
if you can
direction?
wordsmith it somewhere in here that speakers are requested to be respectful and
You want us to provide language both for the agenda
Yeah.
and for the bylaw?
yeah.
Okay.
Does that work?
Yeah.
Okay.
If we can add, I just wasn't really sure where to do it.
Okay.
If I knew, I would have told you.
So,
So-
so I think we're in agreement that this will come back to us at a future meeting.
Absolutely.
But I want you to know that I'm not in favor of 3 minutes for board members.
On board reports.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just.
We can pick whatever time we want, or strike it when we see it again.
Yeah.
Is it a time limit or 3 minutes that you're not in favor of?
I'm not. I don't think we should be sitting here with unlimited time. That's inappropriate. We're just giving a report.
So-
report.
Typically a report on activities, and we might
Yeah.
change that language in our agenda to more closely
Well,
explain what it is that
So
we do
it's
here.
activities and correspondence.
So the
Yes.
question is it a time limit in general that you oppose, or is it 3 minutes?
I think 3 minutes is too little.
Okay,
Yeah.
staff?
Well, come back next
is
time with
taking
a
notes.
number.
Absolutely, we can, this is how we
Come with a number.
figure it out right here, this process.
And we've made so many changes that for me, I might need to see this one more time
Sure.
again, before I'm ready to take a
You're
position.
saying we might have a second reading and then final third reading?
It's possible.
We've had
It has
some
happened.
with a lot more than that.
Yeah. Don't laugh so loud. Yeah.
When Studi and Dome got going,
Yes.
shoo!
Yes, there have been times.
Oh, you remember.
Yeah,
Oh, it's right here, my
there
friend.
have been times. So hopefully we can get it, but I don't know that with this many changes and the substance of the changes that I'll be ready on the next version. Maybe, maybe not. I
Okay.
will do my homework, but I
Are
may
you
not be
proposing
ready.
that I never give a board comment in just one time and times it by 12?
No,
So you might-
I love everything you say.
36
Roger.
minutes?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Talk.
All right, moving on. Next item on the agenda is item I3, which is the superintendent's report.
Whew. We made it.
3 minutes.
Thank you. Start timing me. Good evening, President Drum, members of the board, all three members of the public. Thank you guys for being here, sticking with us tonight. I'll be brief. I just
We're all
want to.
watching from home. You know, we've got a massive following
Yes,
out there.
absolutely. As we're preparing to bring staff and students back, I just want to take a moment to recognize the tremendous amount of work that has taken place throughout this summer. Our schools have been quiet over the past several weeks, couple months, but our employees have been anything but quiet. There is a lot going on throughout the district. Hundreds of people have been working behind the scenes to ensure our schools, classrooms, programs, facilities, and systems are all ready to go. Our M&O teams have been preparing campuses, doing projects, addressing repairs, improving grounds, making sure our schools are clean, safe, and welcoming. Has not been an easy time. We've had several surprise issues. One that came up most recently that as of today is totally resolved. Had 12-foot deep trenches that were kind of a zigzag across the grass that are totally remedied as of tonight, which is amazing. Our tech team's been preparing devices, networks, systems, instructional technology, all the security that goes into that system. Every year to maintain that is absolutely vital. They've been working really hard with that with less of a staff. HR's worked throughout the summer to recruit, hire, onboard, and support 22 new certificated staff, 56 new classified staff, while ensuring that all the HR processes continue functioning. Currently, we still have over 90 positions needing to be filled, including paraprofessionals, bus drivers, certificated staff, and other positions. Our Ed Services team has been preparing curriculum, professional learning, student supports, assessment systems, instructional resources. Principals, assistant principals, teachers, and counselors have been planning for all the unique needs of the students, preparing classrooms and learning environments. Admin Services is continuing the important work of managing our resources. They've been closing the books on the year, which is a huge task. Supporting transportation, food services, all the various aspects there. Equally as important, our school leaders and employees have been preparing not to simply open the doors, but to welcome our students. It's important distinction, in my opinion, when we're welcoming and just creating that environment of belonging where students and staff want to be. Something I see throughout Ramona Unified, especially on the first day of school, just walking around and watching our staff welcome our students. We are entering this new school year with lots of opportunities before us. We're going to continue the work of improving student achievement, supporting students who have historically faced greater challenges, strengthening teaching and learning, expanding meaningful career and college pathways, all the things that we do, and just to really be focused on improvement as we move forward. As we start the year, I'm particularly hopeful because of the people who make up Ramona Unified and our new folks in particular. HR held a new teacher orientation this week. Appreciated our RTA president and team coming to talk with them. But all of our staff just bring extraordinary dedication to their work. Our administrators continue to lead with heart and passion. Our families are, of course, continue to remain important partners with our education, and our community continues to demonstrate an investment in us, as we saw with the donations tonight, just a small piece of all of that. Of particular note, tonight we just found out one of our James Dukes teachers, Mrs. Stephanie Vasquez, is being honored as KUSI's Teacher of the Month. So she's going to be on the Saturday morning radio show. So I don't have a time yet. I'm still trying to get that, but that'll be great to hear. So congratulations to Stephanie. So next week, our campuses are going to be coming alive. We've got staff and everybody returning on Wednesday. We're going to have a fun convocation. Hopefully you can all make it. Got a couple fun twists to the day, to the morning. So as we begin the year, I just want to thank everyone who's had a part in preparing this summer for our students. We've had some glitches along the way, but our staff has just done amazing. Our commitment from the contractors doing this major, somewhat last minute urgent repair was to be done by the 17th, a couple days before convocation, but they finished yesterday, last night, Michelle, right? Finished, had it all covered up and everything. So appreciate them working ahead of schedule. So looking forward to what next year will bring. I'm confident that when we're working together with our shared commitment to students and one another, we can make this next year another meaningful and successful year for our RUSD. So thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Board Member Summers.
Thank you, Mr. President. We had a big disappointment this month. We had an event planned with the Archie Moore ABC Foundation fundraiser boxing event here in Ramona. A lot of time and effort went into that event by the superintendent, by the principal of the high school, by myself, and by a lot of other people. Everything was done and planned and in place and ready to go, but the ABC Youth Foundation could not manage to name our school district as an additional liability on their liability insurance. And without liability coverage, we're not going to have an event on our campus. Wow. And so, because of that failure, the whole thing went up in smoke. Very disappointed. It would have been a great event for the kids. 71 boxers had already signed up to come. It was going to be the biggest boxing event on the West Coast. And it's gone. Now, might it come back? Yes, everyone was pretty excited about it. It might come back. But step one, before it comes back, will be securing that liability insurance before we put any more time and effort into an event. That's all I have.
Do we know the cost of the insurance for the one-day event?
They pay for it, not us. It's their insurance.
Would it be, he and I are kind of, I think, going in the same place. Would we be able to reach out to a local service club? If we have a cost of a one-day insurance policy, could we reach out to the Kiwanis, the
those options were not explored because the ABC Youth Foundation kept telling us it's not a problem. We're going to get you added on.
Okay.
Everything's good. We've done this before. We're going to do it again, and they never did it.
Okay. Well, thanks for all your hard work, everybody. And if there is a way in the future to explore that option, I'm more than willing to engage and assist.
Yeah, I think it'd be wonderful.
Gone perfect.
I'm ready. 3 minutes, right? Okay. I just want to start out with saying thank you to all of our staff who has worked over the summer, the ones who were assigned to work over the summer and the ones who were not. Almost every time I have driven past a school site, any school site this summer, there have been cars in the parking lot. That is people working. And I don't just mean M&O. There are people at school working, getting things ready. In addition to our staff, I've noticed that the PTA groups are extremely active right now and doing a great job getting information out to help families get ready for the new school year. I'm seeing calendars and TK evaluations and kinder orientations and all sorts of things happening, PTA meetings that have happened even though the school year has not officially begun yet. And I do really appreciate all of those volunteers who are getting ready to help our schools run smoothly and provide a good experience for our students. And I guess smooth is my theme, because I do want to mention here, we have some people in our audience tonight and maybe at home that saw us work through the majority of our agenda without a hitch, right? Where we had a topic introduced, had a brief explanation, move approval, second, and passed unanimously. And we were moving at a pretty brisk pace there for the first many items of our meeting. We got a little bogged down there at the end. But I don't want anyone to think that because we worked in that fashion that this was a rubber stamp situation for those agenda items. It certainly is not. What it is good preparation of the board. We don't come into this knowing all of the details about all of these items, and when we pass something smoothly, it is because our superintendent and our assistant soups and other staff members have provided us with good information for us to study in advance. So I don't want anybody to think that when we move through at a brisk pace, we're not giving thought to it. It's really that we had ample time to think about this and understand these topics before we came in, to the point where we didn't necessarily have any questions. So thank you to all of the staff that supports the board and helps us operate smoothly.
I just have to add to that, speaking of board member work outside of board meetings, sometimes those meetings go long, and this month was no exception. 4, 5, 5.5 hour meetings.
We were almost
that
6 hours,
we
yeah.
dialogue and go
Right.
go back and forth. It's part of my job, but this is time that you guys spend away from your friends, away from your family, and you get calls during that time. Where are you? What's going on? And you maintain and persevere through all of that. And sometimes you get home and say, oh gosh, I forgot to ask this, or I have a new question.
Yeah.
So really that is a really huge testament to our board, and you've been like that ever since I've been here. And I am grateful for the opportunity to meet ahead of time to get those questions and help clarify. And our staff does an amazing job.
Yeah.
We sent some answers to questions, and I think Michelle had been on the job maybe 16 hours, 2 days, maybe. So she found out information like our hourly rate for things that I don't know where I would have gone to find it. So huge kudos to our staff for knowing where information
Wow.
is, getting it back, and so that we can get it out to the board. So thank you for mentioning
Yeah,
that. But
absolutely.
huge thanks to every board member here.
Yeah, there have been plenty of meetings where the first text was, "Are you coming home for dinner?" The next text was, "We're going to have dinner," because it's just going long, and it takes time. So
My
thank
family
you for
stopped
those
asking.
comments,
They
right?
they see my calendar and they're like, "Oh,
You
yeah.
left a birthday party today.
Yeah, my husband's birthday. Yeah."
Roger Dome, you're up.
Okay, so I presented an agenda item on a resolution, and it really has to do with UC and standardized testing regarding mathematics. And so I wanted you all to know that I presented that to the board president and the superintendent about getting that on, because basically everybody's being assessed.
May I ask you to try to limit your comments
Yeah.
right now so that it doesn't influence an item that will come back before us?
Right. So
Thank you.
basically, it just has to do with how math is being assessed, and you'll see that on the resolution. But I think that's kind of important. So that's a correspondence piece that was given to me, and I think it's something that we should be addressing or looking at. The other thing is regarding me being out in February. That was because I was having heart surgery. It's not. Basically, what happened is that I discovered that the heart surgery I had previously, it didn't actually work, and so I walked into that one, and I just could not be at the board meeting. I mean, there's just no way I could do both, and so, but like Dawn said, I was actively engaged in everything that we were doing, other than being at the meeting. And I had another surgery. I was out for a long time. I was on paid leave. And I had the other surgery, and I've been following what the doctors have told me to do. And I just had like an x-ray. And I just found out that my, according to the cardiologist and the person that does a stress test, my heart is completely regenerated. I mean,
Good
that
news,
is
Roger.
possible. They said it was possible, and I had to do all this stuff. So I've been walking 4 miles a day, literally, since January. And I didn't know if that was going to work, but it did. So now they're now saying I could live to 100. We'll see. We'll see if that happens. But anyway, just wanted you to know that it's been successful.
Well, good.
Congratulations on
Congrats.
that recovery.
Yeah.
Board Member Phillips.
First, I want to welcome Michelle, and she did a fantastic job today. I was blown away how confident and knowledgeable you sounded. I was not expecting it from a first-time meeting for you, but you exceeded my expectations. As I promised at the, So I want to propose a practical solution to the concern about the length of board member comments. I currently use that time in part to publicly resubmit my requests for future agenda items when they have not been placed on the agenda. So if the board wants to limit board member comments to 3 minutes, I propose that we add a separate future agenda items section at the end of each meeting. So many boards and organizations I know of, including the San Diego County Board of Education, planning groups, subcommittees of planning groups, all kinds of nonprofits, they all have such an agenda item. This would take agenda requests out of the board member comment period and reduce the amount of time spent on board member comments. So I will submit my proposed changes to bylaw 9322 that would address it. It's called agenda/meeting materials bylaw. And I will request that it will be brought to a future board meeting for the board to vote on adding this future agenda items provision. As I promised at the June 25 board meeting, I have drafted and I formally proposed via email a couple of days ago a resolution titled Using Technology with Intention, a research-based policy to protect instructional time, cognitive development, and academic achievement, commonly known as screen time resolution. So Don Perfect and I are co-sponsoring the resolution, and we respectfully request it to be placed on the September 2026 regular board meeting agenda as a discussion, possible action time, so we can maybe bring it back with some revisions, or maybe vote or not vote at the time. Don and I would like there to be a discussion during the board meeting, and we may propose some revisions, and everyone may propose revisions to help develop a resolution that the board can fully support. This draft will be intended for first reading as a discussion possible action item, and then we can refine the resolution during the meeting, possibly bringing the revised version back for consideration at the following meeting. Also, what?
I already proposed.
I know.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you. I'm going to mention that.
And I believe staff is working on this project.
Yes. And following Roger's lead, and actually I was going to do it independently as well, but following your lead, I'm respectfully requesting that the resolution titled Urging the University of California to reinstate standardized math assessment requirements for STEM admissions be placed on the September 2026 regular board meeting agenda as a discussion possible action item again. So I know, Dr. Thurman, you told me that during our agenda review meeting that Roger has already proposed similar resolution that will be placed on the agenda for maybe September or October. So I haven't seen Roger's text, so I have submitted my own draft via email on Saturday as well, which may or may not be identical to Roger's version. I don't know. So this resolution addresses the alignment of high school mathematics preparation with university expectations and the preparation of students for STEM fields. Similar resolutions have been considered by other local school districts, including San Diego and Carlsbad Unified. This reflects a broader statewide discussion about UC mathematics preparation requirements and STEM readiness.
Maya, I'm going to ask you to limit your advocacy on this agenda item, because if it does come back before us, this could poison the water. We've had this conversation before about about advocacy for a future agenda item during this portion of the meeting. Please limit it.
For procedural reasons and for public record, I'm repeating my previous agenda item requests, even though I think Superintendent did mention in his agenda review meeting with me that those items will be placed on the agenda in September or October. So I'm requesting once again, as I did in March, April, May, and June, that the following action items be placed on the next meeting's agenda in open session. Item 1, adoption of board resolution upholding parental rights. Item 2, adoption of district guidance on parental rights and notification. Item 3, direction to begin the formal process for a full standalone parental notification policy, BP 5020.1. All documents are ready to go and were submitted to the superintendent and board president back in March. For procedural reasons again and for public record, I'm repeating my following agenda request, even though also again superintendent did mention that might be coming on the agenda in October or September. But to follow the process, I'm respectfully submitting my request from November 2025 that the following action item be placed on the next meeting agenda. Action item: direct superintendent to initiate formal reconsideration of the Absolutely True Diary of a Part-Time Indian by Sherman Alexie for continued inclusion in the grades 7 to 12 revised secondary core literature list, all other approved supplemental lists, and required recommended use in any RUSD curriculum, with report and recommendation to return to the board no later than the December 2026 meeting. The request targets instructional contexts only, preserving library access, and ensures alignment with state standards on age appropriateness and non-discrimination. School libraries remain unaffected. More details are outlined in my officially submitted agenda item request.
Are you done?
Yes.
Okay. Thanks very much, everybody. Boy, I hope everybody had a great summer and comes back to start the new school year with the same enthusiasm that they have previously. Our staff, just as Dawn alluded to, just comes in and I know that there are teachers working on classrooms. I know that there are teachers working on curriculum. We had people working all throughout the summer. And boy, how quick did summer go by? It seems like every year it goes by faster and faster, and it's just crazy that we're starting the school year already. So thanks to everybody who did work over the summer getting our schools ready. I also want to thank staff who responded so quickly and appropriately to help open the shelter when we had the fire that was threatening the San Diego Country Estates. You know, I know that there was plenty of work going on that got dropped that second to get to work, and that is appreciated. And please pass that on to everybody on staff, how much this board truly values and appreciates what they do. And when they evacuate a school in 30 minutes, I mean, that's a lot to have happen. So those drills that we do, sometimes they pay off, and it's nice to know. And then when we start this new school year, I was reminded, or actually I guess reminded, that we all think and realize that many of our students come with life experiences that affect their school experience. But we also have to remember that our staff comes to our schools with life experiences that affect their school experience, and they're human beings just like us, just like everybody else, just like our kids. And I would just want to recognize that I personally have to be reminded of that too. You just have these expectations of teachers and staff, and then you remember, gosh dang it, they're human beings too, just like us, and they might have had a flat tire on the way to school this morning in the rain or whatever, making their day start out horribly. Let's remember that everybody that we come in contact throughout the day, even the person at 7-Eleven, might just be having a really cruddy day. And if we can make that a little tiny bit better and not be so doggone critical, maybe it'll make their day a little tiny bit better. So please remember that as we come into our first day of school. And let's also remember that how many kids are showing up super excited. How many kids have their outfit already picked out 10 days early. I can tell you, I think I know of one. And they're making sure that they have the right shoes and they're super excited and they can't wait to see whose class they're going to be in and what, it's just all that stuff that we had when we were kids, they're getting today. And that's the magic of what we create right there in this district. So, and every one of our employees has a huge part in creating that magic. So thank you to staff. Keep up the good work. Keep creating that magic. Because I promise you, there are kids that just can't wait to get to school on their first day. And they're going to come home that night and they're going to tell their parents what a great day it was. So thank you.
Darren's got his convocation speech ready.
Well, I got my dad's speech ready.
Very good. Very good.
So
right.
thank you for indulging. Our next meeting will be on September 10th. Same place, same time. We will not be going back into closed session tonight. So this meeting is adjourned.